to the City of Mercer Island City Council meeting. The council is still in executive session and have asked to extend the executive session for another 15 minutes. We appreciate your patience. Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for your patience. City Council has requested to extend the meeting for an additional 15 minutes to 6:30. We appreciate your patience and we'll see you soon.
Okay, let's go ahead and start when you're ready. Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Great, thank you. Good evening and welcome to the November 17, 2020 City Council regular video meeting. I'm Mayor Benson Wong. Prior to tonight's virtual City Council meeting, Council held an executive session for approximately 80 minutes via Microsoft Teams to discuss with legal counsel litigation or potential litigation to which the city is or is likely to become a party when public knowledge regarding the discussions is likely to result in adverse legal or financial consequences to the city pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, close brand, small I, close brand. And we also to discuss for planning or adopting a strategy or position to be taken by the City Council during the course of any collective bargaining, professional negotiations, or grievance or mediation proceedings, or reviewing the proposals made in negotiations or proceedings while in progress pursuant to RCW 42.30.140, paren 4, close paren 4, paren B, close paren. No action was taken during the executive session. Tonight's virtual City Council meeting is brought to you using the video conferencing technology provided by Zoom. We're also broadcasting live on MITV channel 21 and on the city's YouTube channel. City Manager Jesse Vaughn and some staff members will be participating in tonight's meeting while in the City Council chambers and maintaining the recommended social distance. City Attorney Beal Park and other staff members will participate in tonight's meeting remotely. Public audience members are listening to the meeting by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application. We welcome all of you for joining us tonight. Council members, please have your microphones turned on whenever the City Clerk, Deb Estrada, conducts a roll call during the meeting. She'll be conducting these roll calls so that we accurately capture everybody's vote on various motions. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Benson Wong.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker. Deputy Mayor Wendy Weicker. She's here. Councilmember Reynolds.
Here.
Councilmember David Rosenbaum.
Here.
Councilmember Jake Jacobson.
Here.
Councilmember Salim Neese.
Here.
And Councilmember Lisa Anderl. Councilmember Anderl, can you turn on your mic?
Oh, sorry. Yep, I'm here. Sorry.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance. Council, to ensure that the U.S. flag is visible, please consider turning off your video camera or stepping out of the view of your camera. Please join Councilmember Jacobson in saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Jacobson. We now move to our first item of business, which is to approve the agenda. Before entertaining a motion, I want to mention that Governor Inslee's Proclamation 20-28.12 regarding the Open Meetings Public Act extends the statutory waivers and suspensions now through December 7th. Council may have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to approve the agenda. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Anderl.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion passes and the agenda is approved. For this meeting, we continue obviously to use the Zoom platform. If a council member has a question, please raise your hand. and I'll do my best to recognize your hand in the order that they were raised. As you can see from the agenda, we have a very lengthy agenda tonight, so please try to limit yourself to one question, to one clarifying question if necessary, so that all council members have an opportunity to ask a question before the council member asks a second question. Next up on the agenda, we have City Manager Jesse Bond, who's to give a report.
Good evening, City Council. Just one moment to share my screen. All right. And I'm going to go in a slightly different order this evening. I will finish up with an update on COVID-19. So to begin with, a brief calendar update regarding City Council and Board and Commission meetings. We have all of our board and commission meetings resumed now. Thank you to our board members and the community for your patience as we work to get everything restarted. As a reminder, all of our meetings are occurring virtually due to the COVID-19 pandemic. City Council, you will have, after this evening, one more City Council meeting on December 1st, and then we'll be taking the rest of the month off and resuming on January 5th. Upcoming board and commission meetings, Open Space Conservancy Trust actually meets this week, Thursday at 5 o'clock. Planning Commission, December 2nd. Parks and Recreation Commission, December 3rd. Utility Board, December 8th. And then I believe we don't have any additional board and commission meetings at the end of December due to the holidays. We are posting our updated calendar on our website. The link is provided on the slide there. As for the budget process, we are quickly and hopefully coming to a conclusion. Thank you to everyone for your hard work and for the community for staying engaged with us since September. So this evening you have public hearings on your property tax levy and your final public hearing on your budget. You have a number of actions following in the agenda later this evening, approving your utility rates, your third quarter financial status report, and a number of other actions. We will be back then after we receive input from you this evening with a final budget for your review and approval on December 1st. Anyone that would like more information on our budget, I have the website link on the bottom of the slide. So city service updates, actually this evening, all of these are Youth and Family Services Department updates, a lot going on there. So I will begin with a couple of staff announcements. City Council, I am pleased to let you know that we did fill the vacant 0.5 or half-time geriatric specialist position. Marjorie Carlson has just recently joined us. She has a master's degree in public health with a concentration in community health, and she will be working Monday through Thursday from 10 to 2 o'clock. If you would like to reach her, any community members out there, the YFS intake line is 206-275-7657. Welcome, Marjorie. We're certainly happy to have you on board. Also in the YFS department, Marina Gonzalez joined us. Really happy to have some extra resources to support our food pantry and emergency assistance work. She comes to us with a background in healthcare and is really excited to be serving the Mercer Island community. She grew up here in the Pacific Northwest, so we send our great welcome to both of them, and we certainly have lots of needs that they will help us meet in the coming months and hopefully years. Thrift shop donations. Quick update on how things are going. We had another donation event on Saturday. It was, I'm getting the signal that we're not picking up my microphone. Very successful event on Saturday. In fact, we had brought in additional bins because of the volume at the previous weekend. We filled all the bins and did end up shutting down a little bit early. So I apologize if any of you were there right at 3 o'clock. We had already reached capacity. Just a reminder that due to COVID-19 protocols and to minimize exposure for our staff and volunteers, things are moving a little slower than they normally would. Thank you for your patience. So we are still working, this is what I think our third weekend. We're working on process and smoothing things out, trying to get more storage, looking at additional on-site bins and other drop-off locations around the city. What you can do to help us before you arrive, please check out our list of accepted items. We do still have folks showing up with things we can't take. And one of the big things that we can't take right now is large pieces of furniture. Unfortunately, we just don't have the ability to do that. Also, pre-sort your donations. When you arrive, due to COVID, we actually need you to unload your own car. And we have bins for, as you can see there in the photo, clothing, books, shoes, household items. So if you are organized, I am not. I will work on that. And pre-sorting will help us in the line. And bring a helper. It goes much faster if you have an extra set of hands or if you're someone that might need assistance. And I will mention, if you are somebody that needs special accommodations, please do reach out to us and we can talk with you about what that might look like. Okay, continue with, YFS department. Just wanted to let you know that we have a couple, actually one is happening this evening. We have a couple of programs available for parents. On November 2nd, King County Public Health issued a health advisory alerting our community, King County, to increased risk of suicide among youth. This is largely due to stress and pressure related to pandemic impacts. So this evening, Youth and Family Services, Mercer Island Parent Edge, and the Mercer Island Forefront team are partnering to provide a virtual event to help parents with prevention strategies regarding youth in crisis. So we have an event happening at 7 o'clock tonight and another one on Thursday at 7 o'clock p.m. Council, we are working on other ways to make this information more available, including exploring how we might be recording these sessions in the future. If you would like information on either of these sessions, we do have them available on our Let's Talk page under our coronavirus resources link. And certainly, please, if you are somebody that has a youth, somebody you know that's needs support, or you yourself need support, you're welcome to call the YFS intake line. Also pandemic related, and certainly a greater need at this time than we've experienced in the prior year. The Youth and Family Services Department does a winter holiday gift program that supports our local families. We collect gift cards, and in the past we also collected gifts, but we're looking at doing it slightly differently this year related because of the pandemic. So this supports children in need. This year we'll be helping 50 Mercer Island families, including 90 children under the age of 18 who are experiencing economic hardship right now, again, mostly related to the pandemic. We need to raise funds to support these families. The gap we're trying to close is about $13,000. And I have to give a huge shout out to the Youth and Family Services Foundation because they have stepped up. They are helping lead this program and of course continuing to fundraise for these very important needs. So thank you to them. This is not something we have staff capacity to run this year. If you are interested in donating to this program, please go to the Youth and Family Services website, which again, the web link is shown there on the bottom of the slide. And if you prefer to donate by check, you can write out a check to the Youth and Family Services Foundation, put a note in it if you'd like it earmarked for a specific programs such as supporting families during the holidays. And here at City Hall, where I am this evening, we do have a lockbox in the parking lot where you can drop off your check. So thank you in advance. And City Council, you'll see some more promotion on this soon. And one more slide here. The Youth and Family Services tree lot is happening this year. Thank you to the foundation for offering this program again. All of the profits, again, benefit Mercer Island Youth and Family Services. The tree lot will once again take place in the old or former Tully's parking lot. And it will start November 27th and conclude December 13th. The hours are Thursday and Friday from 3 to 7, Saturday and Sunday from 10 to 5. For those of you that are used to browsing the tree lot and twirling the trees, you won't be able to do that this year. They will have some sample trees on display. You'll pick something that looks like it will fit in your house, and then the volunteers will get it loaded up onto your car. But due to the pandemic, we're making some changes to reduce exposure. If you'd like more information about the tree lot or you'd like to volunteer, the Youth and Family Services Foundation website is posted there again at the bottom of the slide. Okay, a couple other updates. Parks and Recreation, I just wanted to let you, council, and the community know, if you spend time in Aubrey Davis Park, you know we have a number of trees that are dead. Some of them have been dead for a long time. We have been monitoring the trees. We will start in the next several weeks removing a number of these trees. It is important that we take them out to avoid this time of year that blowdown or windfall risk. And you can see a picture there of a tree that was blown down. So wanted to let you know the tree removal work will be happening soon. We may have trail detours in place as we're removing a tree, and they're kind of throughout the park or along the trail corridor. And then in 2021, we'll begin the process of replanting the trees, except for there is an area of Aubrey Davis Park, or the trail specifically, that will be impacted by the future King County Sewer Project. So we won't be replanting any trees there yet, but those trees will get replanted as part of that sewer project. So we'll have more information on this coming out to the community. And if you have questions about the tree removal work, please don't hesitate to reach out to Elaine Summergren, and her email address is there. All right, some good news. We have lots of good news happening right now, despite some difficult times. I wanted to give a shout out tonight to Jessica Prince and Conrad Hansen, two volunteers that reached out to us early in the pandemic and said, hey, we love playing pickleball. The community center's closed. Could we volunteer to help put pickleball lines down on a tennis court? So we worked with them. We said, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. We selected Luther Burbank. They came out. As you know, we've had lots of challenges with park maintenance this year. They helped get the courts cleaned, they got the lines down, and they adjusted the nets. And this has been great because per the pandemic rules, you can play pickleball and tennis, and they are out there if anyone's interested, primarily Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But you can drop by the Luther Burbank courts at any time to play pickleball, as long as you're not gathering close together in a group of 5 or more. So this is something that you can do, and my huge thanks to both Jessica and Conrad for stepping up to make this happen. We very much appreciate you. Also in some good news here, I'm pleased to announce that the Friends of the Mercer Island Library will be continuing their book sale. They have a new location, suites 132 and 134 at the Mercer building on 77th, which is right next to the Chevron station. And their book sale runs on Fridays from 10 to 2 and Saturdays from 12 to 5. And as a reminder, the proceeds go to support our local Mercer Island Library. And I'm also told if you have books to donate, they would gladly accept them. And since many of us have been doing a lot of reading during the pandemic, it's a great way to support the Friends of the Library, the Mercer Island Library, and pick up a new book while you're at it. They do have a Facebook page, and I've posted the link there if you're interested in more information. Also good news, hey, if you're around this weekend for the Thanksgiving holiday, the special farmers market harvest market takes place on Sunday from 10 to 3. Just a reminder, the same COVID-19 protocols are in place that were in place in the summer, which means you need to wear a mask, you need to be social distance, you can't touch the produce, sorry about that. And they may have a few more reminders in place if you get out to visit the market. I'm hopeful they will have good winter, they will have good weather for their harvest market. Anyway, please go visit them on Sunday, and let's support our local vendors. All right, Illuminate MI. If you haven't been out to 78th, please go visit there, even this evening. We are so appreciative of the many community volunteers and organizations that came together to fundraise for this event. We had fully intended to host a volunteer event on Saturday to help put the lights up. We knew at that point that there was going to be a change from the governor's office, and so we, out of just an overabundance of a caution, we canceled the volunteer event. But thanks to the community, we had enough donations pledged to bring our crew in and get all the lights up. And we pushed the gas pedal down on this because we didn't know the specifics of what was coming from the governor, and we didn't want to. Wanted to get the lights up before any restrictions came. So they're up on 78th. And hey, we've got a little more to go because we raised enough money to light the large tree in Mercerdale Park, the hedges, and the pergola in Mercerdale Park. So that's gonna be a lot of fun. And For Culture has generously sponsored lights for the Sculpture Park, which is at the other end of 78th. And I understand those lights will be installed next week. So in the next 2 to 3 weeks, we're really gonna have a very nice light display in downtown Mercer Island in our town center. I hope that will encourage you to get out, rain, wind, or shine, and also visit our businesses. So let's give them their as much support as we can, because we know it's really tough times right now. And there you go. That's a almost nighttime shot of a few of the trees, and I think that's taken down by the post office. So thanks again to the community for supporting this project. By the way, if you'd still like to donate, we are still accepting donations, and as long as we can, we'll keep putting up lights. The link to donate is there. Mercer Island Community Fund, thank you again for partnering with the city of Mercer Island. They are accepting your donations. They are a 501c3 and working with us then to fund the lighting project. This would not be possible without their partnership. So again, thank you. All right, COVID-19 update. I think many of you are aware of the governor's announcement on Sunday morning. I'll just let you know, in terms of Mercer Island, we currently, per the Public Health Seattle and King County database, we have 236 confirmed cases. This is a rolling, these cases this database has been in existence since early pandemic. We're up. The last time I reported to you was November 1st, so we're up from 207. And that's a little more. Our case counts are still relatively low. We are not a hotspot in King County, but we are seeing a slight uptick. So I will just say, community, please remain incredibly vigilant. And I know the City Council has a message to share with all of you as soon as I'm done with my presentation. So what did the governor say? Basically, he implemented a 4-week tightening of COVID-19 restrictions that began this morning for everyone except for restaurants. That takes effect, I think, Thursday morning. The concern is the cases are going up in Washington State, doubling from what was about 1,000 cases to now 22 cases reported per day. Obviously, that's a trend that we want to change. A number of the concerns being hospital capacity. So Mercer Island, we're doing a good job. Let's keep up on that and stay vigilant. So the timing doesn't feel great. Thanksgiving is next week, and there was a restriction placed on social gatherings. Indoor gatherings with people outside your household is prohibited unless you do one of two things: quarantine for 14 days or quarantine for 7 days and get a COVID test. Outdoor gatherings are limited to no more than 5 people. Retail now is perhaps back to 25% occupancy. So retail did not close, but everyone, including grocery stores, now have to monitor how many people are in their facility. Professional services and City Council, in terms of City Hall, we had already made this move. So employees must work from home when possible. Anyone that does not have to be at City Hall to perform their work or at a fire station or police station is working remote 100% again, with only 1 or 2 exceptions. And anyone that is in the office, you have to limit capacity to 25%. So again, that's not an issue for us. We were already managing in this way. I do know, though, it's impacted other organizations. Personal services, same limitation, 25% of indoor capacity. So we might see some, we may not be able to get our haircuts again as frequently as we had hoped. Fitness, this is an unfortunate one. I know the governor's been asked to reconsider indoor service for fitness facilities is closed again. I know one of our gyms is doing all of their workouts outdoors, and that's great. Outdoor fitness classes are permitted, but again, the restriction is no more than 5 people gathering. Outdoor recreation and sports, youth and adult, amateur sporting activities are limited outdoors only with facial coverings. Not a whole lot changed here. These restrictions were already largely in place. Entertainment. Bowling alleys, museums, zoos, aquariums, and movie theaters will be closed for indoor services. Real estate, open houses are now prohibited. You might recall they were off and then on, and now they're off again. Long-term care facilities, outdoor visits only. Indoor visits may be permitted in cases of essential support or end-of-life care. Religious services, weddings, and funerals, and this one has changed a lot. It's gone back and forth a couple times too. So religious services limited also to 25% indoor capacity or 200 people, whichever is less. Choirs, bands, ensembles are prohibited from performing. And wedding and funeral ceremonies are okay. Ceremonies are limited at 30 attendance. Indoor receptions are also now prohibited. So for restaurants, and these restrictions begin, I believe it's the end of the day tomorrow, restaurants and bars will be closed for indoor service. And I think, like many of you, we're just very, very concerned that this is going to be another hit for restaurants that are already struggling. So to-go service still allowed, and we encourage, if you're like me, I don't have time to cook, so continue to support our local restaurants with takeout to go. For those that do have outdoor seating, table size is limited to 5 people. So I think you can see the theme here, right? 25% indoor capacity where it's allowed. If you're outside, gather in groups of 5 or fewer. So what about everyone else? What we've heard, and the question's been asked several times, I've been on a couple conference calls the last 2 days, all of their industries should stick with the regulations that apply to them currently. K-12, higher education, childcare, not impacted by the regulations. And these restrictions don't apply to court. So our municipal court is operating. We have COVID-19 protocols in place that will continue. We use our Let's Talk page to update you on everything happening related to COVID-19. If you'd like more information, please reach out to us there. Governor Inslee also did issue November 17th the travel advisory. This isn't a ban, just says, hey, before you travel out of state, out of country, or you have guests come in state, please consider self-quarantining for 14 days. I'm not hearing right now that this is gonna change, but I will certainly make sure we get that information out to you if this does change. Am I next? So the businesses, we're very, very concerned about our businesses. We just launched our Am I Next campaign, and I want to say thank you to our Chamber of Commerce and local consultants, L&B Design and Suzanne Czar, who helped put together this Am I Next campaign, along with Sarah Bluvis, who's on our staff. It's really about getting our community re-engaged with our businesses. We've been filming interviews and lots of promo on Instagram and Facebook. So City Council, this campaign will continue and even likely ramp up in the coming weeks. If you're a business and you'd like to get involved in Am I Next, and here's a screenshot from our website, you can contact us, go to the website, and I'll walk you through how to get engaged. This program is fully funded by the grant we received from the Port of Seattle and King County CARES Act funding. Mask giveaway, our volunteers are going to be back on Saturday, November 21st. That's this Saturday at the Community Center, giving out masks and as part of the YFS Thrift Shop donation event. So if you need a mask, please come on out. We want to support you in that need. And thank you to our volunteers for continuing to host these programs. And that is all I have this evening. A lot on COVID, and I do understand the council would like to talk a little bit about wearing your mask, and there we go.
Thank you, Jesse. So after listening to your COVID-19 update, I want to emphasize on behalf of the City Council the importance of washing hands, maintaining social distance, and wearing a mask, especially as we head into winter. At the suggestion of Councilmember Jacobson, they're each going to don a mask because we believe it is essential in keeping the island as safe as possible and to encourage everyone to do so to protect yourself and all those around you. So please put on a mask. All right, tonight's agenda will not include in-person public appearances in accordance with Proposition 20-28.12 and the governor's extended Safe Start order. However, individuals wishing to speak live during the appearances portion of our meeting may do so by telephone or using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they have registered their desire to speak with the city clerk's office by 4 p.m. today. Our city clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it is your turn to speak. This is your opportunity to speak to the city council on any item. All remarks will be addressed to the council as a whole and not to individual council members or staff members. If any person makes personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the council, I may request that the person leave the meeting. When it is your turn to address the council, be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. I will provide you with a 30-second warning when your time is about to expire. Just a reminder that later this evening, we will be conducting 3 separate public hearings regarding 1, the Town Center moratorium, 2, the 2021 revenue and property taxes, and 3, the second and final hearing on the 2021-2022 biennial budget. If your comments pertain to one of these issues, please consider waiting until we get to that agenda item. City Clerk, has anybody signed up for appearances tonight to address the council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do have 5 individuals signed up to speak tonight during appearances. The first person on deck is actually our utility board chair, Tim O'Connell. He's not able to join us later in the evening, and so he may need a little bit more than 3 minutes because he will be speaking to the utility board's recent actions regarding utility rates, and then he can answer questions if you have them.
Great, thank you, City Clerk. So welcome, Tim, and I think we will provide you a little bit some liberty to, if you have to go over 3 minutes in order to make the presentation or at least raise the issues that you want to, with the council. Also, we're going to provide an opportunity for the council members to ask questions of Tim at this time, which is a little unusual, but again, for scheduling purposes. So Tim, welcome, and again, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's my pleasure to be before you again as the chair of the utility board. As you know, the board, the 7 people appointed by the mayor, approved by the council, spends a lot of time interacting with and examining the activities of Mercer Island's utilities. And every year we carefully go over the proposed rates that will be addressed later on in your agenda. And the board has spent the better part of 2 evenings going over all of this, and I am here to talk to you today what those recommendations are. And I'll follow the same order that they appear later in the agenda, and therefore start with the water utility. The board's recommendation is that the water utility rates be increased 5.25% for next year. That recommendation passed unanimously by the 7-member utility board. Just a few highlights to explain a 5.5% increase. Understand that's not bad when we think about the single biggest cost for the water utility, water we purchase, Seattle Public Utilities, and that cost alone is anticipated to go up 9%. This 5.25% increase adequately funds capital improvements, and something that we have been discussing for several years, contemplates bonding for two very major utility projects. One is this SCADA supervisory control system. Mercer Island's SCADA system, we have a system, is badly out of date for some parts that we get parts. So the city has been evaluating going to a new SCADA system, very major expenditure. Similarly, something that the utility has been talking about since I first came on the utility board 7 years ago, that is replacing our water meters. The city owns the water meters. There are many of them that are beyond their useful life. And as a consequence, we lose revenue because we are not accurately tracking water use. Both the SCADA project and the water meter replacement project will be funded by bonds, which again, many members of my board feel is not just a good way to moderate rate impacts, but also called generational equity, spread the cost of that capital improvement over time of the people who will enjoy the benefits of it. And the last comment I'll make about the water recommendation is that's actually a decrease in the increase. If you go back to last year's recommendation, the utility board had recommended increases in the order of 6.5% through 2024. So this is actually a reduction in what we had contemplated in last year's presentation to you. The second fund that is reviewed by the utility board is the sewer fund. There, the utility board would recommend a 4% increase next year. Again, part of the reason we're able to moderate that, and I would say moderate that, because in last year's presentation to you, I had contemplated that the sewer rates would go up 7.7%. And so we have cut that not quite in half. Again, that adequately funds capital improvements, $2.4 million in capital improvements in both 1 and 22. Again, sewer fund contributes to the data system that I talked about a few moments ago. The system, it's both the water fund. The third is the stormwater system, and we would again there recommend a 5.5% increase for the stormwater system. There are a number of water course stabilization projects that are really critical and need to be addressed over the course of the next 2 years. But a 5.5% that. The last utility fund that we examined is Mercer Island Emergency Medical Services. That's not a big capital intensive project. It really just reflects the cost of a number of our firefighters and prorated supervision. And for that, we are recommending a rather modest increase of 1.78%. I should say, if I didn't, all 4 of those recommendations passed unanimously by the utility. And those are the recommendations for utility funds. And I would be happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you, Tim. Council members, does anybody have a question? If so, raise your hand. This is your opportunity to ask questions regarding the recommended utility rates. Councilmember Neese.
You know, maybe more for the public's benefit, but I was wondering if you could explain how a 5% increase in a water rate overcomes a 9% increase in a water purchase rate. And I imagine it has to do with, you know, top line versus bottom line.
Exactly. As I say, the water utility, the single biggest cost, of course, is the cost of water from an operational perspective. What drives most of the overall costs of all of the utilities, except for the EMS, are the capital expenditures. We spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars every year on infrastructure to make sure that our utilities continue to operate on a going forward basis. For the water, I have the numbers here. We're spending $6.8 million in capital projects in 2021 and $10.8 million in 2022. So anything we do to control the capital expenditures has a real big impact on the bottom line water utility. As I mentioned, taking some of those capital expenditures, SCADA project and the water meter project, and bonding for them so that their costs are spread out over a large number of years has a dramatic impact on the bottom line of what the expenses of the utility are. Does that address your
Yeah, I wanted to have a follow-up. There was also a water meter replacement project that was supposed to get started but got delayed due to COVID. And one of the consequences of doing that was going to be to reduce the leakage within the system. Are we thinking about that in our water rates and looking forward to getting that project back on the board?
Very much, council member, very much. Like I say, we have been talking about replacing the water meters for the 7 years that I've been on the utility. It is high time, and it did get deferred by virtue of the slowdown in just the ability to have throughput because of COVID. But it is on the agenda. Part of the budget that is submitted here includes issuing bonds to help pay for the water meter project. My understanding is that that project is in fact forward. And I think the process is that the contracting will be done next year and construction. It's a big project. I mean, there are thousands of obsolete water meters.
Thank you.
And leakage, not in the sense that it's leaking, but in the sense that we're buying water and we're not recording that it's being sold. So leakage in that's something.
Great. Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute.
Excuse me, my dog, I'm going to have to.
Tim, can I ask a question? Does the utility board look into long-range planning? Obviously, given the age of our infrastructure and that in other cities, there's this great concern down the road of the need to undergo massive replacements. And I know that we're just doing this slowly over time. Do you folks look down the road?
Mayor Wong, I will say that all of the budgeting that we look at has a capital plan that's 5 to 7 years at least. So we have projections out that far. Most of the rate recommendations are predicated on what the capital projects are going to be, as I say, over that window of 5 to 7 years. We're highly conscious of that. You know, I was on the utility board during the boil water episode, and we have been very conscious of the fact that we need to make sure that our infrastructure is to deliver safe and clean utilities. So I don't think we're being short-sighted on this. We have a number of substantial projects in play that are not reflected in 2021 because they're large enough projects. Of some additional oriented administration to make sure that so yeah, there's a fairly long window here.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Thank you, and thank you very much for your thorough report. As I understand what you told us, the replacement of meters is going to be selective, i.e. the worst or oldest are going to be replaced first. Is that understanding correct?
Councilmember, I don't want to give you the impression that I can get down into the weeds about which meters are being replaced. I would definitely defer to the director on that. My understanding is that generally speaking, you're absolutely right. You know, newly installed meters are not going to need to be replaced. It's the ones that are at or near or beyond their useful life, some many decades old. That will be priority.
My understanding also is that the new ones will be able to be read more or less remotely, not physically opened and looked at.
Right.
Great. Thank you.
One of the design is to increase the efficiency of the.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. I just want to thank you and the rest of the board for your service. I remember serving with you years ago, and we were talking about meter replacement then, and we also had this dream about SCADA. So I wanted to give you a minute to sort of talk a little bit more about SCADA and how that time has come, and it's really exciting that we're finally there to kind of start doing that work. So thank you.
I couldn't agree more, Deputy Mayor. It's something we've been talking about for a long time. You know, there are some things that we do very, very well, and then there are some things that are, you know, almost embarrassing, but it's just not something that we talk a lot about. And one of them is the fact that some aspects of the infrastructure are really old, and some of the alarm systems, some of the data acquisition systems are so old. The manufacturers don't make replacement parts for them. Our public works people have to go on Craigslist and find used parts from all over the world to keep that system functioning. There is a fair amount of bailing there here. But it is definitely time to replace the SCADA system. I'm really delighted that we're bonding for that so that the residents don't take a big hit in 1 year, because it really is an expensive project. And stop and think about the distributed nature of our utility infrastructure. You know, we have 17 sewerage pump stations all across the island. We have numerous other facilities that the Public Works Agency needs to be able to have real-time information about what's going on. Again, ever since the incident, highly the fact that this is a utility that needs to be responsive, hear about what's happening out.
Great.
I agree.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't see anybody else's hand up. So again, thank you, Tim, for spending some time with us and talking about the proposed utility rate increases. And please thank the other members of the utility board for their service as well. And thank you so much.
I certainly will, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you. I know that we have, I think, like 4 other people who are signed up for appearances. I want to thank you for being so patient and allowing us to have an opportunity to talk to the chair of the utility board. So City Clerk, please identify who the first speaker is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next person on our list is Meg Lippert, and then Ira Appleman is next on deck. So Meg.
Great. Welcome, Meg. And again, I'll give a 30-second notice when your time is up. Welcome. Meg, we can't hear you. She looks like she may be frozen at this point. City Clerk, should we come back to Meg and?
Yeah, let's come back to Meg. We'll move to Ira Appleman.
Okay.
Start video.
Welcome, Ira.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm on unmute. And now I should be on start video. Great, I hope I don't end up frozen like Meg. Ira Appleman, Mercer Island. I oppose the thrift shop expansion, which is being used as the latest reason to attack Mercerdale Park. When I got involved in 1997, we were told we desperately needed to attack Mercerdale Park with the fire EMS station or our seniors would die. In 2014, if we didn't attack Mercerdale Park with the Youth Arts Center, we were evil people who hated children. Now we're told that if we don't attack Mercerdale Park, we're damaging the health of students in need of counseling. As the late Dr. Jim Trumbold once, who led the 1997 fight, said, "There's an element on the island that just can't stand to see open, green public land without buildings on it." Since Islanders trashed the Civic Center plan in the early 1980s, the anti-park crowd has been trying to build a single building in Mercerdale Park so they could then make the developers claim that conditions had changed so they could then use Mercerdale Park as vacant free land to build any other buildings they want. They tried them all: City Hall, the fire station, an arts center, and a variety of community centers. In each case, Islanders said, sometimes with petitions, sometimes with votes, absolutely not. This latest attack against Mercerdale Park seems very much like the last one. We've been through the wetlands issue before. Question: why didn't staff address the wetlands issue before recommending putting a building in the wetlands area in the northwest section of Mercerdale Park? Answer: our staff directors are entirely incompetent when it comes to environmental issues. Finally, and once and for all, we need to hire managers dedicated to protecting our parks and open spaces, which we don't have now. City staff is leading the city's council into another Mercerdale Park train wreck. The council wasted hundreds of thousands of dollars of staff work on the last train wreck, and the council is wasting hundreds of thousands of dollars now on the current train wreck. This is a dishonest attempt by the city council majority to use the pandemic to destroy the park. The reason this is possible is because there are huge surpluses hidden within the budget that allow the council to fund anything it wants while claiming poverty. In this case, they found $800,000 or maybe $1 to $2 million for this project that damages Mercerdale Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ira. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just checking with our IT crew to see if Meg was able to get online. It does say that she's back, so let's try Meg Lippert again.
I have to let this start the video though. Okay,
Meg,
here I am.
welcome
Can
back.
you hear me?
Yeah,
Wait,
welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Wow, great. Thank you very much, all of you. Mayor Wong, thank you. Finally, after listening to months of testimony, you, along with several others on the City Council, are listening to what citizens have been saying for decades. Please protect public parkland. Finally, council members, you are offering yourselves and one another time to reassess, go back, investigate, study, hunt, and carry out the will of Islanders who elected you by truly protecting our heritage of parkland adjacent to town center without putting a new building on it. But honestly, 3 weeks, which includes Thanksgiving week, is not enough. I asked council to approve a hiatus of at least several months, which even so includes both Thanksgiving and the December holidays. If the job of finding a site off public parkland is not done by the end of a several months period, then a further extension of time would be an appropriate next step. If this is going to be a serious public input process, citizens need access to city staff for technical assistance, even including technical assistance pertaining to a site that might not be a city staffer's preferred choice, such as on city property behind City Hall. Furthermore, if this period is a genuine hold, not just a pretend hiatus, there must be assurance that all work on design in the current proposed location in Mercerdale Park, including work by city staff and outside architects and consultants, be paused while other options are fully studied and evaluated. Without this assurance, Islanders will conclude that the input process is a sham, just buying the council a bit of time before pouncing once again on Mercerdale Park. Finally, it would also be helpful to have the assistance, support, and insight of 2 or 3 council members who are committed to finding a location other than Mercerdale Park. There is a much larger opportunity for success if the citizens work together with city staff and the city council to find a location that works for everyone. While you're hopefully unanimously approving an amended agenda bill 5778 this evening, including a 3-month time frame a hiatus on spending on current plans to build in the park, and support of city staff and council members, you would be taking a giant first step, a step in the right direction, a step back. And you would be giving us, all of us, a fighting chance for a win-win. I hope that council will bring our community together by requiring that alternate location be found for the thrift shop production operation that is not on public parkland. Remember too, that city staff violated MICC 3.53.020 by not first presenting their original proposal to the city's advisor for capital projects and parks, the Parks and Recreation Commission, before presenting it to the City Council. I'm happy to volunteer to pitch in and help search the island for a location that we all can make work. Beginning this evening, citizens, council members, and city staff working together can make a concerted effort to find a place for a 2,000 square foot building somewhere on city land, a building that does not pit the interests of citizens supporting the thrift shop against the interests of citizens who want to protect our extensively used, deeply loved, and historically preserved Mercerdale Park. Because actually, I'd be willing to bet that every citizen on our island, especially you, our elected representatives, deeply loves both of these long-time and highly valued island institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meg. City Clerk, who's next?
Yes, the next person on our list is Robin Russell, and after Robin, we have Bonnie Godfred. So Robin Russell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Robin, welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Wong, Deputy Mayor Weicker, City Council members, and Jesse Bond. Tonight, I am addressing the proposed prefab building next to the historic Recycle Center. To begin, I would like to remind the council members and city staff of the most recent attempt to build on this site. For 4 years, the community worked to protect preserving Mercerdale Park from any construction projects, specifically MICA. Mercer Island citizens were successful, and the citizens spoke. No building on parkland, especially on Mercerdale Park, the only in-city park. There were many reasons this attempt failed, not the least of which were the environmental, both wetlands regulations and SEPA. I sent the council and city manager information regarding the environment, specifically referencing the wetlands issues. This memo and supporting documentation from the 4-year MICA building attempt on a known wetland site should not only give the council and city pause, this should have ended moving forward with this project, a non-starter for yet one more attempt to build on Mercerdale Park. I have heard from at least one city council member and staff, previous comments during city council meetings, that building on this area is okay, as the building will be on blacktop area and that permits will not be an issue. Both of these observations go against the city's own wetlands regulations as well as state wetlands environmental laws. Just because blacktop was poured over the wetlands over 40 years ago does not negate the fact that it is still wetlands. And they must follow the setback rules, which are 40 feet plus 10 feet from the hillside and surrounding native garden, making this site non-buildable. And if the city wants to go down the path of exceptions to the wetlands laws and rules, then I'm sure there are several on-island attorneys who would gladly take up that fight. If the council feels so strongly that building a $1 million sorting and donation site, then it is up to the city to find another site, not the citizens of Mercer Island. Also, at previous meetings, when one of the staff members was asked, are there any other building sites? His response was no, unless another park. This tells me if the city does make a search for another site, it will be with an ends to the means, staying in Mercerdale Park. In closing, I would like to remind the council and city manager, although this doesn't need any reminding, that Mercer Islanders love their parks and don't want to see any building in any park, no matter how noble the cause. As I have said repeatedly over the 4 years of advocating for Mercerdale Park, why can't all parks be treated like Pioneer Park? Pioneer Park had a brave and forward-thinking mayor who placed it in an open space conservancy trust in 1992. I would request that the council and mayor also be brave and forward-thinking and work with the citizens to put the same protections on Mercerdale Park. I'm confident the residents would rally around protecting Mercerdale Park once and for all, instead of having to revisit the next building's idea every several years. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our final person on the docket is Bonnie Godfred. Bonnie, are you available?
Bonnie, you're on mute.
Myself and start the video. Hi, I'm Bonnie Godfred, and I only seem to come to city council meetings to protect parks. First, it was the Lid Park. Sorry, I forgot Kite Hill. Then it was Micah, and then it was the Lid Park and the big trail. I am a volunteer at the thrift shop for the last 4 years. I also volunteer at the native plant sale, and I walk the loop at Mercerdale Park regularly. And I'm asking you, please do not put another building in the Mercerdale Park. It is a park. It will result in increased traffic on 76 for the drop-offs. There's not enough space for another building, and the cars, you'll have the volunteer cars, you'll have the drop-off cars. And I understand you're planning to use a truck to transport the goods, but I can assure you that carts will be going through the park as well, which could even end up widening the trail, which we fought with Micah. So please leave Mercerdale as a park. It is a very small park and it needs protecting. And I would also like to tell you, thank you for the lights, holiday lights. That's all.
Great. Thank you, Bonnie. City Clerk, any others people who have signed up for to speak before the council?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay. There being no further appearances, we now move on to the consent calendar. The consent calendar contains approval of accounts payable reports for the periods ending October 30 and November 6, the certification of payroll dated November 6, 2020, Agenda Bill 5773, adopting the 2021 state legislature priorities, Agenda Bill 5783, and Proclamation 259 proclaiming the month of November as Native American Heritage Awareness Month in the city of Mercer Island. Does anybody wish to pull anything off the consent calendar? Seeing or hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Deputy Mayor Weicker to approve the consent calendar. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Aye.
And Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. Motion passes and the consent calendar is approved. We now move to regular business. Council and public participants again. There are 3 public hearings tonight. Individuals wishing to make a public comment during one of the scheduled public hearings may do so by telephone or by using the Zoom teleconferencing application, provided, however, they register their desire to speak and make a comment with the city clerk by 4 p.m. today. Our city clerk will call you by name or by telephone number when it is your turn to speak. So item 5 under the regular business in the first public hearing is Agenda Bill 5779 to consider public testimony on the ordinance 20-26 extending the town center moratorium for another 6 months. If you register to provide testimony regarding the town center moratorium, again, the city clerk will call your name by or your telephone number when it's your turn to speak. You'll have 30 minutes to speak, and I'll provide a 30-second warning when your time is about to expire. City clerk, has anybody signed up to speak at this public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, there is no one signed up to speak during the public hearing.
If there's no testimony at this point, then the public hearing is now closed at 7:36 p.m. council, are there any additional findings and conclusions regarding the passage of ordinance number 20-26? Does anybody have any questions regarding this ordinance? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to suspend the City Council Rules for Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading of this ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to suspend the City Council Rules of Procedure, requiring a second reading of this ordinance. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Andrew,
Sorry, aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Thank you. We now move to the motion regarding the adoption of ordinance 20-26 as presented, extending the town center moratorium for another 6 months.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Neese and seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to adopt ordinance 20-26 as presented, extending the town center moratorium for another 6 months. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Androl,
I didn't know if we were going to have a chance to speak to the motion or not.
Oh.
I'm going to abstain because I disagree with excluding the farmer's property, and I don't need to say anything more than that.
Okay. City Clerk, want to continue with the roll call?
thank you, Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. My apologies to Councilmember Androl and to the council. I should have asked if there's any discussion on those on the item. So try to do that in the future. Okay, so again, ordinance 20-26 is adopted. Item number 6 under the regular business is the second public hearing this evening relative to Agenda Bill 5777 to consider public testimony on the 2021 property tax levy and the rates for the water utility, sewer utility, stormwater utility, and the EMS utility. Again, you've heard, no, I'm sorry. If you're registered to provide testimony regarding this ordinance, the city clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it's your turn to speak. The public hearing is now open as of 7:40 p.m. Please speak audibly, state your name for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'll provide a 30-second warning before your time is about to expire. City Clerk, has anybody signed up for this public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, no one has signed up to speak under the public hearing.
Okay. Since there's no further testimony, the public portion of this hearing is now closed as of 7:41 p.m. Council, as a reminder, the 2021 property tax ordinances, staff presentation will be discussed later in the meeting under item number 10 as part of our regular business. Again, I ask you to hold your comments until that time. This brings us to item 7 under our regular business, and this is our third and final public hearing this evening. This item is also, again, under Agenda Bill 5777, and it's a second and final public hearing to consider public testimony on the 2021-2022 biennial budget. If you've registered to provide testimony regarding the biennial budget, the city clerk will call you by name or telephone number when it is your turn to speak. Public hearing is now open as of 7:41 p.m. Again, those wishing to provide public testimony, state your name for the record and and limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'll provide that 30-second warning before your time is about to expire. City Clerk, has anybody signed up public comment for this public?
Mr. Mayor, there is no one signed up to speak during the public hearing.
Thank you. Since there's no further testimony, this public portion of this hearing is now closed as of 7:42 p.m. Again, we will be discussing this matter under item number 10 of our regular business. Now we proceed with item 8 under the regular business. This is Agenda Bill 5780, Arch 2021 Work Plan and Budget Approval. We welcome Deputy Community Planning and Development Director Allison Van Gorp to lead this discussion.
Thank you, Mayor. Just give me a moment to share my screen. Okay. I just have a couple of slides. This is a fairly straightforward action since we've talked about this a couple of times already with the council this fall. What we need to do tonight is to first approve the Arch 2021 budget and work plan. And then we need to allocate funds for this budget, both for 2021 and for 2022 in the city's budget. And finally, we need to allocate funds for the Arch Housing Trust Fund, again, for 2021 and 2022 in the city's budget. Just as a review, the Arch 2021 administrative budget funds staffing and other costs associated with implementing their work plan. The total budget for next year is about 1.1 million, and the member city contributions are being held flat at 2020 levels. So the Mercer Island share will be about $50,000. And we're projecting that this cost will be similar for 2022 and just escalating that by a 3% increase. For the Housing Trust Fund contribution, I'll just go over a little data here to give you some context. Again, this is the trust fund that's used for member cities to pool resources to directly fund the construction of affordable housing and to preserve existing affordable housing. The Arch Executive Board has set parity goals to foster equitable investments across the member cities, and Mercer Island's parity goal range is approximately 18,000 to 150,000 per year. And our past contributions to the trust fund have ranged from 30,000 to 96,000 over the last 20 or so years. Finally, a little context about what's currently in the budget, the preliminary budget. It allocates the sales tax revenue from HB 1406 that the city started collecting earlier this year to the YFS Emergency Assistance Fund. This was the direction the council gave earlier this year in the summer, and we're maintaining that into the next biennium. It also increases the allocation from 50,000 prior to the pandemic to 100,000 per year for the YFS emergency assistance budget. And again, this would be made up of that 1406 revenue as well as donations to the YFS Foundation. The $50,000 a year is currently in the budget as a placeholder, and that would be funded by the general fund. And so one of the items tonight that's in front of the council is deciding if we would like to stay at the 50,000 level, the pre-pandemic level in terms of funding the Housing Trust Fund, or the council may choose to raise or lower that amount. So again, the action that needs to be taken tonight is to approve the Arch 2021 budget and work plan, allocate funds for the administrative budget, and then allocate funds for the Housing Trust Fund. And that's all I've got. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Allison. You want to stop sharing your screen?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Does any council member have a question for Allison at this point? I'm actually seeing nobody's hand. Oh, Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I had to switch devices and I can't seem to find the raise my hand thing on this new device. But so if we have $50,000 in general fund money, I mean, what are our options in terms of, say, reducing the housing trust fund contribution closer to the minimum level, like $18,000 or $20,000, and then holding aside the balance to direct toward needs on the island?
For Andrew, the level of the housing trust fund contribution is a council decision.
Okay, so we would have any option we would want there.
Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute.
I'm unmuting myself. To date, what have we collected on the in the amount of, let me start over. Right. How much money have we collected so far this year on the 1406, which has been devoted to the our housing assistance program?
I believe Allie Speeds might be able to speak to the exact number. I know we were projecting somewhere in the range of 35,000 earlier in the year. Do you have an updated number on that, Allie?
Yeah, we've spent just about $24,000 so far this year. And we anticipate that we will need the full approximate 33,000 by the end of the year. And if it isn't all expended, it will transfer over, will carry over until next year. One of the things that we're concerned about is when the eviction moratorium lapses and folks who can't afford to stay in their homes may be evicted. And so we're interested in setting up a kind of a program that would cover evictions once the moratorium ends.
And I don't know if Lawan is available. Lawan, can you tell us how the sales tax revenue is tracking this year? I think Allie said we're tracking close to collecting the full amount.
Yes, we are tracking to, it's about 3,000 a month, and by year end, we're anticipating getting around 33,000 is where we're pacing.
Thank you both for that clarification.
The purpose of my questions was that I think we should be making sure that we are properly funded, particularly with the, eviction thing. I've noticed in some of the entities with which I'm associated, the demands are going up rather than down for assistance in housing. So my preference would be to put a minimum amount of money into the ARCH voluntary fund, if you want to think of it that way, and put aside any money, all the 1406 money, and perhaps, depending on how this works out budgetarily, a reserve to deal with this situation. So we don't have to come back and have a budget amendment in 2021 if things don't turn out or if we don't have sufficient funds to cover the need.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks. Jesse, you could clarify from your city manager's report earlier, there was, I think it was the $13,000 number of need. Where is that estimate coming from? And if that estimate's for now, do we have estimates for the next 6 months to a year?
Yeah, the $13,000 estimate I was referring to in my city manager's report were the funds needed for the holiday giving program specifically. So we're raising money for that program. Allie can talk more about what the projected need is, which is a bit of a moving target.
Yeah, we're anticipating quite a need that's going to continue, into the spring and summer of next year. One of the things that we have is, like I was talking about the eviction moratorium, but we have eligible families who are needing they're needing assistance every single month. This isn't, for some of them, it's not just a one-off, we need it in just March, but we're okay in April. So there is just an increase in long-term need. The other part of our emergency assistance program is our food pantry. And because of COVID, we don't have actual food. And so it's dollars that are needed to buy gift cards. So that does kind of increase the amount that we need, which is why our budget is $100,000 for the next 2 years.
And is that, I mean, is that number, that $100,000, is that reasonably going to address our need, or do you have a sense? I mean, I know it's hard. It's a moving target. We don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, but I think we're tracking in that area. I mean, over the last, if things continue how they have for the last 6-7 months, we're going to need that amount. And you know, it's not like we have money set aside. That's money we have to raise. It needs to be, you know, it's fundraising to have to spend it. So we're not spending more than we have, but we do anticipate needing close to 100,000.
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Great, I'm not on mute. Yeah, I'd like to make sure that we keep our Arch Housing Trust Fund contribution somewhere in the 35 to 50.
Deputy Mayor, can you speak louder?
Yes, can you not hear me?
No. Cannot hear you now for sure. Deputy Mayor Weicker, yeah, we can't hear you. Cannot hear you.
There we.
Yeah, there you go.
Now you can?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to touch any of these gadgets or cords or anything. Okay, my quick point is I'd like to keep the housing trust fund somewhere in the range of 35 to 50. That puts us in the range of what's kind of our fair share to look at long range funding for housing. Right now we have a crisis on trying to keep people in their homes, while at the same time we also have a housing shortage, and we want to try to do something about preventing further homelessness down the road. So I think doing our fair share in the regional work to have affordable housing, not just on Mercer Island, which we all know is already tough. It's going to be tougher going forward. I think keeping that level up is sort of the right thing to do to balance the emergent needs now, as well as the long range planning that we all need to partner in finding bigger, scalable, affordable housing for a number of people that are going to have even greater needs as we come out of this COVID world. So I'd like to see the range somewhere in the 35 to 50. I'd propose keeping it at 50. If we can't get there, given all the other budget constraints, I'd advocate for at least 40.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
This question for Allison. It's been a while since I looked at the trust fund and the way the parity goals were established, but I seem to recall they established a parity based on the city, and that was your expected yearly, or your hope for kind of a yearly contribution. But if you had contributed more in a prior year, or you contributed more in a later year, there was like a balance, like a ledger balance that used to carry along with it. Is that, does Mercer Island have any credit, or does it owe a balance for prior periods?
It's not tracked in that way against your parity goals exactly. Each city has sort of a separate sub-account that they track how much has been contributed and what's been allocated to certain projects, and if any funds are, repaid on a loan or that sort of thing, it's all tracked within that sub-account. But there's not sort of a debit or credit in terms of whether we've achieved a certain level of contribution or not. That is solely at the council's discretion. The parity goals were established based on an analysis of the growth in jobs targets for each city, and they used that to kind of create a normalized amount for each of the cities within the Arch sphere.
So we don't know, or they don't track whether prior year contributions had put us at any given point ahead of our parity goal or behind our parity
Never
goal?
contributed more than the top end of our parity goal. Our contributions have been in that range of 30 to 96,000. And the parity goal range currently is 18,000 to 150,000. And that's just adjusted for inflation. So it hasn't changed markedly over time.
Was there any CPUC fees collected and then pushed over to Arch at any point? Mitigation fees? Not
that I'm aware of.
Would you be aware of them, or is that kind of before your time?
I'm not aware that we do that. If it did happen
before we had impact fees, we did SEPA mitigation.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, thanks.
As far as I know, the only funds that have been contributed to the Housing Trust Fund has been from the general fund.
Okay, you may want to look back on that.
I'm happy to check into that.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
There we go. Unmute is still a challenge for me. I think I'd largely like to echo what Councilmember Weicker was saying and perhaps put a slightly different spin on it. I look at the situation and I recognize, as Councilmember Jacobson and others have pointed out, that there's a serious local need and an emergent need, an urgent need. But I also recognize the need to do long-term planning, and we can't solve an affordable housing problem by only addressing the urgent needs. We also have to make sure we set aside a certain amount of money to addressing the long-term problems by addressing the shortage of affordable housing. We're not doing much on the island to address affordable housing. We're not building new affordable housing here. And we took away one of our throttles for encouraging the building of affordable housing a few months ago with the removal of the multifamily tax exemption. So we're going backwards there. I think it's appropriate to at least get back to where we were on the ART contribution of a couple of years ago and get back to the $50,000 level. I looked at the numbers for the parity goal for the other cities around the region. And just to throw you some numbers around, one way to look at it is where we are on the continuum from the low end of the parity goal to the high end. And at 50,000, we would be 24% of the way from the low end up to the high end. And if you contrast that with other upper income communities around the region, Clyde Hill is exactly at the high end already. Hunts Point, 100% at the high end. Medina, 65% of the way from the low end to the high end, in contrast to what our 24 would be. Euro Point is at 154% of their high end. So we're really lagging behind significantly the other around the region. Others that are more middle of the road cities, Bellevue is at 27%, which is still above the 24 we would be at the 50% level. Redmond is at 65%, comparable to Medina. I think that if we were serious about addressing the affordable housing problem in this community, we've either got to build more affordable housing or allow or encourage more construction of affordable housing, or put the dollars out there so that it can be built somewhere in the region to address what is a very real problem in the Seattle metro area. So I'm definitely supportive of the full 50,000 a year.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Yeah, thanks. I'm wondering how much have we expended this year, and I'm sorry if it's been said and I missed it, for emergency assistance for people on the island?
The number that I have is for housing assistance, and it's just over 23,000. I'm sorry, closer to 24,000. And we anticipate going to 33.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Jacobson. Jake, you're on mute. Councilmember Jacobson, is your hand? Okay, sorry. Councilmember Anderl, your hand is still up. Is that an old hand?
I got a new hand.
It is an old hand, sorry.
Okay, Councilmember Neese.
Quick, and a follow-up question for Allie. Allie, the 28 or 33, probably the 33, can you tell me about how many households or how many people that's helping assist?
I don't have how many clients that is. Luan, do you have that information?
Or maybe you can kind of, based on math, derive a number.
2,000 is the maximum.
Right, and that was recently just increased. Prior to that, it was 1,000 per household that we would allow in emergency assistance per policy. That's since been increased to 2,000. So if we did just straight math, it was
It's at least 12, probably more. Yeah. More like 15 to 20, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if you got to 40, it'd be 20, right? And you said you might get to 38.
Yes.
Right.
33.
Oh, 33, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderl.
Sorry, like I said, I'm having a hard time finding the lower my hand button.
Okay.
As soon as I find it, I will lower my hand, but I assure you I have nothing else.
Fair enough. Thank you. Okay. And thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, is your old hand?
Yeah, that's the old one. I'm lowering it.
All right. Okay. Very good. Okay. So actually there's two action items that we have. One of them is relative to the administrative budget and our contribution to that. And the other one, of course, is on the contribution to the Housing Trust Fund. So certainly would like to entertain a motion to approve the Arch 2021 work plan, allocate $50,222 for 2021 towards the Arch administrative budget, and allocate $51,729 as a placeholder for the 2022 Arch administrative budget. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Second.
So it's been moved, I believe, by Councilmember Andral, and then seconded by Reynolds.
No, that would be Councilmember Weicker.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Deputy, I apologize.
I was gonna say, Lisa, really?
It happened so quickly. Okay.
There, Ben.
So it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Weicker and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Andral?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye. So now the issue is regarding the city's contribution for 2021 and 2022 to the Arch Housing Trust Fund. So does anybody wish to make a motion? I see Deputy Mayor Weicker's hand is up.
I move that we allocate $50,000 annually to the Arch Housing Trust Fund for 2021 and 2022.
Is there a
second?
So it's moved by Deputy Mayor Weicker to allocate $50,000 annually to the Arch Housing Trust Fund for 2021 and 2022, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Discussion. Deputy Mayor Weicker, do you want to speak to the motion?
I'll just reiterate the points I made earlier. This is a difficult time. We're doing as much as we can for islanders, and we need to do as much as we can to sort of mitigate the tide that's coming with all of the struggling families and homelessness in the region. So this is a devastating time, and we need to do our part since it's going to be really difficult to get more affordable housing units on Mercer Island. $50,000 seems like a reasonable price to pay to be our partner in this work with the Arch.
Okay.
Hand raised.
Councilmember Jacobson.
I have a big problem sending money off the island when we have demonstrated needs here and needs that are going to worsen. I move to amend the motion to send $20,000 this year and $25,000 in 2022, and with the proviso that we can reopen this when we have settled with our own citizens and figured out their needs.
I second the motion.
And Councilmember Jacobson, can I just ask for a clarification? Your motion to send the money is to allocate to that amount to Arch?
To the trust fund.
Okay. Would you mind if we made a friendly amendment to that motion, just to clarify?
Depends on how friendly it is.
Well, I will
Yeah, go ahead.
allocate $20,000 in 2021 to the Arch Housing Trust Fund and $25,000 in 2022 to the Arch Housing Trust Fund.
Correctly stated.
And I've seconded that, and I'm fine with the amendment.
Thank you.
Okay. Any discussion regarding the amendment? Councilmember Rosenbaum.
I just want to clarify, sorry, I'll ask this again. Is what we currently have in the budget, do we believe that that will get us through to support families in need on the island?
For the rest of this year, yes, but we are going to need a lot more next year that we don't have yet.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to, Ally, can you explain that statement? I mean, so we have $100,000 budgeted for 2021. Of that,
It all has to be raised.
okay, because it's coming from the sales tax and from the YFS
Right, so the sales tax is helpful. That gets us closer, which is about 33,000. So then that leaves us with about 66 that we need to raise. But that's coming from donations and fundraising.
And Lawan, can you talk about our emergency assistance fund and how that balance works?
Correct. So what Ali said is correct. We are anticipating, or we have budgeted 100,000 in expenditures. Of that, we have approximately 33,000 budget coming from the HB 1406 sales tax, with the remainder being tracked or expected from donations. Typically, the way the emergency assistance works is we pay attention to how fast those donations are coming in. And if donations do not come in at the pace that we've budgeted, we'll reduce those expenditures. So we don't spend more than we bring in for emergency assistance programs. I will add to that we also have about 100,000 in a reserve for emergency assistance. So it's prior year donations that have brought in and haven't been spent. So there is some flexibility that the council could appropriate that reserve should we need it in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Hi, thank you. There we go. That's what happens when I try to eat dinner while I'm in the middle of a meeting. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. The 100,000 is budgeted, but not funded. And if the donations fall short, the way this structure works, the default would be that we would not fund those operations rather than funding from general fund money. Is that correct? Or would we require a budget amendment no matter what?
At this point, correct, it would not be general funds unless the council directed that. We would first go to appropriating the emergency assistance reserve that lives in the Youth and Family Services Fund right now.
And you said that amount was 100,000?
It's projected to be 100,000 by year end 2020, yes.
Okay, so we will have, given we've got 33,000 coming from sales tax, we would, with our reserve alone, with no future donations, we could cover all of the shortfall in 2021 and about half the shortfall in 2022 without any future donation.
Correct.
And I do want to clarify, we've set a number, 100,000, based on what we know today, and that could change. So our need could be greater or could be less. I want to be fully transparent about that.
Thank you for pointing that out. I acknowledge that.
Okay. Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Just to clarify, does Jake's motion send additional funds to this this account? That's obviously not the right word, but just to clarify that.
His motion, if I understood it, is simply to reduce the city's contribution to the Housing Trust Fund for 2021 and 2022.
That's correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Anderall.
Yes, thanks. With regard to our prior year's Housing Trust Fund contributions, isn't it correct that they have not actually drawn out of the Housing Trust Fund or built affordable housing over the last year or two? Or am I misremembering or conflating that with something else? It seemed like things were kind of on pause there, and getting that it's a long-term investment, if that's right, I just wanted to speak in favor of, maybe deferring this and the Housing Trust Fund contribution for anything more than $20,000. We can make it up later if that's the case. And I feel really strongly about Jake's thoughts of keeping money on the island while we have demonstrated an increasing needs here.
That is not correct. The Housing Trust Fund did allocate funding to projects in the 2019 funding round that happened last fall. And there was a pause the year prior to that. They held a funding round but did not receive any submittals that they felt were ready for funding at that time. And so the 2018 round did not fund any projects. And then when they funded in 2019, they did like a double round that used the funding from 18 and 19. And they funded, I think, six projects at that point that are now in construction.
And
they held another round in 2020, and the council, those projects will be coming to the councils for approval in Q1 of 2021.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, but nevertheless, it is kind of long-term stuff, and sometimes years get skipped and sometimes years can get made up. And I guess that's where I was kind of heading with this, but thank you.
Okay, I see hands from Councilmember Jacobson, Reynolds, and Andral. Assume that they're old hands. Okay. So we have an amendment. Oh, Councilmember Jacobson, you have a...
No, I just clearing out.
Okay, so we have an amendment before us, which is to reduce the, I'm sorry, to allocate $20,000 annually to the Arch Trust Fund for 2021 and to allocate $25,000 to the Arch Housing Trust Fund for 2022. So it's been moved and seconded. So City Clerk, will you take the roll call?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese,
Yes.
Mayor Wong,
Nay.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Nay.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
and Councilmember Rosenbaum.
No.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
No.
The vote is 4-3 and the motion to amend fails.
Okay. Are there any other amendments to the main motion?
I would move to reduce the allocation then to the $35,000 that Deputy Mayor Weicker said was appropriate.
Second.
Discussion. Actually, I'm going to support that motion for the following reasons. One of them, I recognize that we do have a responsibility regionally to provide funding for affordable housing. I also recognize the financial challenges that we face as a city, certainly probably for the next few years. So I think $35,000 is an appropriate number. It is within the parity goals, and it's also consistent with our recent past contributions. I know that some of my colleagues would want to give more, and I appreciate that as well. I recognize the affordable housing need is regional. I'm thinking that at least there'll be some additional funding provided by the tax that the King County Council has recently passed, albeit it's for a different type of housing, but it is also housing for those who are in need at this time. So for that reason, I'm going to support this motion, this amendment to the main motion. Councilman Rosenbaum.
I would just ask if there's a way to allocate that 15,000 to the emergency fund.
The 15,000.
So rather than if we're going to reduce from 50 to 35 with the notion of keeping that money to help folks on the island, is there a way to actually make sure that we're lessening our dependency on donations?
So
I would second that.
We need a revised motion or a friendly amendment, and I would also like to suggest your motion identify that it's an annual contribution of $35,000 to the Housing Trust Fund.
Yeah, that's what I meant was annual.
I'm helping Deb out tonight to make sure we get the motions and amendments as clear as possible.
Sure.
I would offer what I would consider a friendly amendment to allocate the 15,000 annually to the emergency fund.
So
Second.
So let me make sure we get the revised motion for our city clerk here. I think our amended motion is to allocate $35,000 annually to the Arch Housing Trust Fund and $15,000 annually, so that's 2021 and 22, to the YFS Emergency Assistance Fund.
My piece of that sounds right, but I'll defer to Councilmember Andral.
Yeah, I think that sounds right. I really wanted to see, I mean, if we didn't send the $50,000 to the Arch Housing Trust Fund, I would like to see any differential at least be available for youth and family services, emergency assistance. If it's not used or needed, I assume it either goes into a reserve or goes back to the general fund. I'm not sure.
Okay. So I assume, Councilmember Anderall, you accept that friendly amendment?
I do.
Does that need to be seconded, City Clerk, by the person who seconded it?
I seconded it.
Okay, all right. So we have City Clerk, you want to read what we have before us? We have an amendment to the main motion.
We have an amendment to the main motion allocating $35,000 annually in 2021 and 2022 and $15,000 annually in 2021 and 2022 to the YFS Emergency Assistance Fund.
So the first part of that, Deb, was allocating.
Includes the Arch Housing Trust.
Yes, thank you.
Right. Councilmember Neese.
So in terms of friendly amendment, we could clean this up a little bit further by just not making that second part annually and just fully committing the amount to the trust fund so that it can be used in either year of the biennium. It doesn't need to wait till the second year of the biennium.
So allocating.
I didn't understand that.
So you have 15,000 annually being put to the Housing Assistance Trust Fund. Just make it 30,000 being committed in the biennium.
Oh, not the housing assistance, not the housing trust fund, but the emergency assistance, the YFS fund.
Yes, but just do it in one fell swoop instead of annually.
Well, doesn't it have to be allocated to one year or the other?
It's to the fund. It's building a fund balance. So within the biennium, you're committing the money to the fund, which has a balance, and it'll just be part of the balance. The thing that we need to understand is we already have a budgeted expense against the fund that doesn't have the funds. So by putting the money in the fund, you're just reducing busy work for somebody to have to remember January 1 of 2022 to commit another 15 grand.
Mechanically, what Councilmember Neese is proposing probably works better. It's a one-time allocation. Sorry, that was my bad motion. It's a one-time allocation to the emergency assistance fund.
Sure, if that's a further friendly amendment, I accept it.
Second.
So are you, City Clerk, are you in a position to reread the the amendment to the main motion?
Yes, sir. It's an amendment it's to amend the motion to allocate $35,000 annually in 2021, 2022 to the Arch Housing Trust Fund and $30,000 for the biennium to the YFS Emergency Assistance Fund.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hand is up. Is that an owed hand? Okay, so we have a motion. We have an amendment to the main motion. It's been seconded. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Nay.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Nay.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye.
It's 5-2 in support of.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Allison, for your work in this effort. How are we doing, folks? Are we okay? Can we?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We just voted on the amendment. We have to go back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Vote on the main motion.
Yeah, now we're on the main motion. Okay.
And the main motion to bring everybody up to speed was to allocate $50,000 annually to the Arch Housing Trust Fund for 2021 and 2022.
Okay.
And
So-
we amended that, so.
Yes, we amended that still.
Okay.
I thought once the motion was amended, we were only voting on the amended motion.
You still have to go back and vote on the main motion.
Motion as amended. Okay, so now
As amended or?
yes. Yeah.
I want to make sure I know what I'm voting on here,
No,
people.
That was my error.
Councilmember Anderall, we approved the amendment that you made that was further amended. So that amendment has been approved. Now we have to go back to the main motion that was made by the Deputy Mayor regarding the allocation of $50,000. But her main motion is now amended. Okay, so now we have to vote on the main motion as amended. Okay, so, all right, City Clerk.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderl,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye. Thank you. Good discussion. So I'm just going to see if there's any interest in taking a few-minute break. Jake, are you saying yes?
I'm saying yes, by about 5.
I'm saying yes too.
Okay, let's take, it's 8:22. Let's come back at 8:30, all right?
Mr. Mayor, we are live again. Looks like we still have
Great, thank you.
two council members missing.
Okay, ready to go? Okay. So we're now on item 9 under the regular business, which is Agenda Bill 5776, third quarter 2020 financial status update and budget amending ordinance 20-25. And item 10 under regular business is Agenda Bill 5777, resolution of substantial need, NORCOM, and utility rate resolutions 2021 property tax ordinances and the 2021-2022 biennial budget. Interim Finance Director Matt Mornick will be providing council with a presentation about both of these agenda bills. The first 8 slides of his presentation will be on Agenda Bill 5776, and the rest will be on Agenda Bill 5777. After the first 8 slides, council will deliberate and take action relative to Agenda Bill 5776. Matt, you're on, so welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. I'm going to share my screen. Give me one moment, please. Can we see the budget workshop presentation?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay. So as the mayor mentioned, given the extent of the material before council tonight, I consolidated the 2 ABs into one deck. And I will assume that you have read the agenda packet. And so we'll first start by covering the financial status update and the corresponding 2019-2020 budget amending ordinance before moving on to the bulk of the presentation, where we will cover a brief summary on the November 2nd council meeting and an item that staff is bringing back to council for further consideration. And then we'll move on to the adoption of the 2021 property tax levy, utility rate changes for adoption, as well as the 2021 NORCOM rate. That's the regional public safety radio contribution. So tonight marks the final public hearings for the biennial budget process that began on September 1st. The ordinances and the resolutions before council this evening are central to finalizing the budget for adoption on December 1st. And so if I've learned anything this past year, I've learned that the budget is a snapshot in time, and it takes into account the best information that we have at this moment and serves as the basis for moving the organization and the community services that we deliver forward. And so with council's guidance, these past 2.5 months, staff has built this budget as a starting point, and we will track the city's finances and remain responsive to any changes as the situation with the pandemic evolves. I'm going to start with Agenda Bill 5776. So based on the financial data through the month of September, the city has collected nearly $20 million in general fund revenues, or 65% of the revenue budget as amended. So total general fund revenues are 1.8 million less than at the end of the third quarter in 2019. And this shortfall is driven by declines in recreation revenues, as well as permitting and land use revenues resulting from the pandemic. So later this evening, council will hear from an additional item from the Community Planning and Development Department that outlines changes to better capture the true costs of providing development-related services. General fund expenditures are within budget estimates at the end of September. Total expenditures of 21.3 million are 70% of the amended expenditure budget. Expenditures are $2.4 million less than the same period in 2019, reflecting the phased in cost saving measures that began earlier this year. So I expect all categories will remain within budget estimates through the end of the year. So the budget amending ordinance 2025 updates the 2019-2020 budget to accept CARES Act relief funds, confirm the interfund loan from utility funds to the general fund to support the city's efforts to enforce the Sound Transit Settlement Agreement from 2017. Also transfers turf replacement funds to the school district, who is in the process of replacing a turf field behind the Middle School, and to fund cultural competency training and community listening workshops. And so before you is staff's recommendation to suspend Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading for an ordinance, and adopt ordinance number 2025, amending the 2019-2020 budget. We're happy to pause here for council deliberation and questions.
Matt, can you stop sharing your screen at this point?
Yes.
Council members, does anybody have a question for Matt regarding this agenda bill? Councilmember Reynolds.
I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to confirm. Matt, on slides 5 and 6, I think it was, you quoted numbers that comparing the revenues and expenditures to 2020, and you referred to it, I think it was a $1.8 million difference in revenues and 2.4 in expense. And you referred to that as a third quarter number. I just want to confirm those are third quarter year to date, aren't they? As opposed to in the third quarter?
Correct, third quarter through September 30th. So okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, that's what I thought, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Matt at this time? Well, if there are none, I certainly would like to entertain a motion.
Well, I'm sorry, Benson. This is Lisa. I do have a question.
Yes.
So let me just get back to the screen. So, Matt, maybe we talked about this during the last meeting, but on all of these one-time changes, say if we don't spend $100,000 on the ADA transition plan, either because we get a late start on it or it turns out to be cheaper or whatever, or if we don't need $400,000 for the recreation recovery plan startup funding, what happens to those monies? And do we need budget amending ordinances on those? Or just kind of walk me through because we know we don't always expend the exact amount that we've budgeted. So clarify that for me, if you would, please.
Okay, so just to clarify, Councilmember, you were referring to the one-time budget proposals from the November 2nd council meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Those funds are coming from the general fund unassigned fund balance. And so we are appropriating, which essentially bookmarks dollars for specific projects. And when those projects are being executed, we pull from the general fund unassigned fund balance, which is essentially now assigned, and pay down the expenses for those associated projects. If the full dollar amount that has been appropriated, set aside for, say, the ADA transition plan is not expended, the balance remains in the general fund balance.
So let me even be just a bit more direct. If we don't spend the money on the project, the money doesn't get spent. So it goes back to the general fund. And by the way, Councilmember Anderl, I wanted to mention we're on the third quarter finance report. We haven't quite gotten to the budget discussion yet. Do you want to?
Sorry, I was overeager.
That's okay. Yeah. I will, but since you mentioned it, let's just complete our thoughts and then we can certainly circle back to it. I did see a couple emails today from citizens concerned about the $400,000, and again, I'm into the budget discussion, allocation for the recreation startup funding. And the question was, do you need $400,000 for the plan? That funding is not for a recreation recovery plan. That funding is a set aside to be allocated by you. So it's basically, we're putting a placeholder in our budget. I will be coming back to you in early Q1 2021 with a recommendation on how we might use that. And we will use that to restart services. So to hire staff ahead of the program starting. Yeah. So we can talk more about that when we get back to the budget.
Okay. Any other questions for Matt or for Jesse? Okay, I don't see anybody's hands here raised. So I certainly would like to entertain a motion to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading of this ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councilmember Jenkins and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds to suspend the City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring a second reading of this ordinance. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye. Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Androl?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
And Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now before us is adopt ordinance number 20-25, amending the 2019-2020 biennial budget. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
And moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to adopt ordinance number 20-25. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Androl?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Now we are actually moving on to Agenda Bill 5777, a resolution of substantial need, NORCOM, and the utility rate resolutions, the 2021 property tax ordinances, and the 2021-2022 biennial budget. Again, a public hearing on these matters was held earlier today. To lead this discussion, we welcome again Interim Finance Director Matt Mornick and City Manager Jesse Bond. Yes, Matt, you're going to finish up your slide presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you see the approved budget proposal slide?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. And so we'll start with a brief recap with council actions that took place on November 2nd. And so the City Council considered ways to appropriate the unassigned general fund balance. And after concluding the discussion in the prioritization process, the council approved 3.3 million in one-time expenditures and 1.7 million in budget proposals that carry ongoing costs. For a detailed list of what was approved, please refer to Exhibit 1. But in general, the council supported funding for 17 one-time proposals that include one-time contributions to pay down the city's unfunded long-term liabilities tied to the firefighters pension fund and the Left One retiree long-term care reserve, along with projects, purchases, a one-time limited term position, and set aside one-time resources to restart recreation services and the thrift shop. Council also funded 13 proposals with ongoing costs ranging from new positions, parks and recreation, parks and town center maintenance, diversity training, health initiatives, and an annual operating subsidy for the farmers market. Council requested staff return with more information about the housing action plan and or the housing needs assessment budget proposal. And after meeting with ARCH representatives, staff maintains the alternative recommendation and requests council support a housing needs assessment as opposed to a larger, more comprehensive housing action plan. So the assessment will inventory the community's existing housing stock, analyze current and future housing needs, and review existing policies and regulations to focus future work. Housing needs assessment is a necessary step to inform the 2024 periodic update to the comprehensive plan and builds a base for a future housing action plan. I'll pause here and note my colleague, Deputy Director Director of CPD, Jeff Thomas, is also available for questions on this specific budget proposal.
Does any council member have a question for either Matt or Jeff? I see Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks, Jeff. Could you just give us a little readout of your meeting with Arch?
Sure can. Good evening, Council. Jeff Thomas with CPD. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. Allison and I had a brief meeting with Arch there as a follow-up to our November 1st council meeting and discussion. And I'm pleased to report back to the council that after having a discussion about our situation with Arch, trying to make sense of the housing needs assessment, a housing action plan, and then our upcoming comprehensive plan update. Arch was supportive of the alternate approach that we discussed on November 1st, which would be to move forward with the housing needs assessment now to serve as the necessary foundation for the update of our housing element in 2024, and then certainly to support a housing action plan, which could be an implementing action from that 2024 periodic update of the comprehensive plan.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jacobson.
Is the $30,000, is this in addition to what we approved on November 2nd or whenever? Yeah, November 2nd?
Yes.
3rd or whenever it was.
This would be a new appropriation above and beyond what was approved on November 2nd.
And refresh my recollection, I didn't see it in these materials and I didn't go back and look at the old ones, but how much does this mean that we're going to take some money, postpone the housing needs assessment or whatever it was we were going to do?
Housing action plan?
Yes.
Correct. The housing action plan under this alternate proposal would not move forward at this time. It would be, if should council choose to in the future, it could be an implementing action from the 2024 periodic update to the comprehensive plan, as it was intended in 2015. When you look at the policies that are in our current comprehensive plan.
So, there should be some money coming back to the unappropriated general fund balance, whatever we're calling it, for that action if we're not contemplating doing it in the biennium, right?
If I recall correctly, whoops.
Go ahead, Matt.
If I understood you correctly, council member, the question regarding $150,000 for the housing action plan, that was never appropriated. That money was never approved. It never drew down on the unassigned fund balance in the general fund. That is off the table. And
thank you. Okay, I wanted to be clear about that in my own mind. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? I don't see any. So Matt, go ahead and proceed. Okay. Or manager, do you have something you want to weigh in on?
Nope. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay. Property tax levy. All right. So the property tax is a budget-based tax, which means the tax for the coming fiscal year is calculated on the base amount earned in the current fiscal year. In 2021, staff estimate property tax revenues represent about 13 million of the general fund, as illustrated in the chart. The tax levy is based on the assessed property valuation of Mercer Island, including new construction. The King County's assessor's office determines what the assessed value is each fiscal year, and they go through a process that carries well into November to update and into the beginning of December to update both the island's total assessed valuation as well as the new construction valuation. And so the numbers I will walk you through shortly are the finance team's estimates. And this is the reason why the numbers tend to bounce around a little bit while we wait for the King County's assessor's office to update the valuation and construction estimates. Most of the property tax revenues go to the general fund, while the remaining roughly 8% is divided among 4 other funds to pay down debt service, to invest in fire apparatus and park assets, and pay down long-term liabilities. On this slide, I'm going to try to untangle some of the complexity with the property tax levy. The first element is the regular levy, which funds general government operations, fire apparatus replacement, and the city's long-term liabilities. The next element, the 2008 levy lid lift, is for parks maintenance and operations, and that is set to end December 2023. The 2012 levy lid lift, which was also approved by voters, pays the debt service tied to Fire Station 92 and supports reserves to replace fire apparatus. That will also end even sooner in December 2021. So the 1% optional increase, it applies to the regular levy and the levy lid lifts, items 2 and 3 on this slide, and represents the maximum increase the City Council can adopt for the coming year, excluding items 5 and 6 on this slide, which are new construction and the re-levy of prior year refunds. New construction represents the new and improved properties included in the property tax rolls compared to the prior year. And the re-levy of prior year refunds is the amount refunded to property owners who successfully appealed their property valuations by the assessor's office. We re-levy this amount in the following year to make the city financially whole. It's a lot of information. So per state law, the city is permitted to increase property tax annually by 1% or the implicit price deflator, whichever is less. The implicit price deflator is a measure of inflation. And most years, the implicit price deflator is in excess of 1%, but on occasion, it falls below 1%. And being that it is 2020, and this has been a strange year, putting it lightly, the IPD for 2021 is 0.6%. So the IPD fell 1% in fiscal year 2016 and 2017, during which the council in both years adopted a resolution declaring substantial need, which is permitted by state law. And so staff recommends with this year's budget, the city council adopt the resolution of substantial need so the council can levy the full 1%. And so this recommendation is built on thorough consideration of the city's finances and on the basis that the general fund revenues are forecast to decline in 2021 by 8.4% relative to the 2020 adopted budget. And that is due to the pandemic. Expenditures are also growing despite declines in revenue, with personnel costs increasing by 4% in 2021 relative to 2020. And those are not estimates, that's an accurate projection based on data that we have received through the end of October. And the city anticipates using more than 1.8 million in one-time general fund balance to address revenue shortfalls and to restart some of the revenue generating city operations. So if a substantial need is not declared, the city would collect $55,000 less in property tax, and this would lower our base upon which future property tax levies would be calculated. So for context, the difference between the 1% levy versus the 0.6% levy is an average annual impact of $5.50 per Mercer Island household. And so,
by something you said, if the substantial need is not approved this evening, the council still has to take action setting the property tax levy, and the recommendation is to authorize up to the amount of the implicit price deflator. So there is still an action required.
Thank you, Jesse. Thanks for clarifying that. Yes, and so this chart here, it just illustrates the 1% change from 2020 to fiscal year 2021. And I'm happy to pause here for questions.
Council members, do any questions? Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Can you remind us all what that 1% would be per household on average? I think I recall you saying it was $1 a month, give or take.
We've got a more accurate number. It's basically the 1%. It's a very complex way that the assessed valuation. Let me back up. Sorry. I anticipate it'll be about $23 per household on the island for the year. And that is just based on the total households and the total amount of money that 1% would bring into the city, which is about just shy of $240,000.
Thanks.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I thought I understood this, but now with Matt's last answer, I'm a little more confused. I apologize. I think I understood that the difference between the 0.6% and the 1% was about $5.50 per year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Per
but
household.
You're saying per household.
Yeah,
but now you seem to be saying the difference between 0% and 1% is $23.
You know, can I just offer a little city manager interjection? I'm not a fan of the doing continual math by household. The difference is about $56,000 per year.
Okay, so that's the 56,000 is for the gap between 0.6% and 1%, right?
Yeah, and that would be assuming then the council would approve the 0.6 tonight. So I want to be clear, there still has to be an action taken to get 0.6.
Okay, so if that 56,000 is for the amount between 0.6 and 1, then the first 0.6 must be 70, 80,000 in that range, right? Because it would have to be half again as much as the 56.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Jesse, maybe this would be an appropriate time for you to discuss the fact that the implicit price deflator is below 1%. What is the process? I mean, I guess, you know, your recommendation, and at least the staff's recommendation, is to go to the 1%, but what does that entail?
Sure. So this evening, and included in your recommended motions, is approval of a resolution declaring substantial need. City Council, for that to be approved, does require a supermajority vote. So that's a minimum of 5-2. I would recommend that you work through the motions. In the event we don't achieve supermajority vote, then I do have an alternative resolution to present to you for your property tax levy this evening. That reflects the implicit price deflator amount. Mouthful, sorry.
And that does not have to be approved by supermajority.
Yeah, that's simple majority, 4-3.
Thank you.
Minimum, sorry.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? Otherwise, Matt. Oh, Councilmember Reynolds.
It's just a question for the city manager. If we were to vote to take the 0.4 gap between the 0.6 and the 1% and bank it for the future, does that also require a supermajority, or does that require a simple majority?
No, that's correct. Levying the 1%, whether you're intending to bank some or all of it or take the full amount, does require a supermajority.
For both, or either. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And Matt, I just want to, I want to check with you here. Did you have a few slides left? It might be good to get through all the slides and then we can entertain motions.
Yes, that would be great. I have about 6 slides left. We're going to work through the utility rates. I'll move relatively quickly through that.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there further questions, or shall we proceed?
I see nobody's hand raised, so go ahead on that.
Thank you. Okay. So the previous utility rate study was completed in 2010, and in this fall, we hired FCS Group to complete a 6-year rate analysis for the water, sewer, and stormwater utilities, and we're just going to focus on fiscal year 21 and 22 tonight. In establishing the rates, our modeling took into account current operating costs, debt service, and the infrastructure needs outlined in the 2021 to 2026 capital improvement program. With the utility rate changes before council this evening, staff sought to balance the city's financial needs and the enterprise funds, ensure ongoing system integrity through steady reinvestment, and minimize the financial impacts to customers. As the utility board chair, Mr. O'Connell, mentioned earlier, the utility board unanimously approved the rate changes in October. This chart just outlines the rate changes in 2021 and what we forecast for fiscal year 2022. Are there any questions regarding the proposed utility rates?
No hands are raised at this time, Matt.
Okay. Northeast King County Regional Regional Public Safety Communication Agency. I think that's it, NORCOM. NORCOM's 2021 budget allocation for Mercer Island is just north of $700,000. Every participating city must adopt this kind of resolution before NORCOM can approve its 2021 budget this coming December. The city's 2021 contribution is $29,000 less than 2020. So we're looking at a $705,000 contribution in 2021. And so on December 1st, per council's direction this evening, we will return with an ordinance so council may adopt the 2021-2022 biennial budget. And so the recommendation this evening is outlined in the agenda bill and covers 3 slides. I'll scroll through them in the order of the topics we covered this evening before returning to the top of the list for council discussion.
Matt, can I interject here for a second? I have a question from Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Yeah, Matt, do we know why the NORCOM cost is lower?
I do not.
Okay. This is Chief Holmes, if I could chime in.
Yes.
Yeah, good evening. For the record, Ed Holmes, your police chief. So NORCOM, at least on the police side of things, bases their rates on a user fee, sort of an analysis. And because our calls were lower in 2020, largely due to COVID, they are projecting our costs to be lower next year as well. We intentionally requested patrol officers to scale back on the contacts with the public. So the discretionary contacts, traffic stops, otherwise, just trying to be ever mindful of exposure to the virus and minimizing that when and where we can. And I sent out an email actually today, reinstituting that again. We slowly got away from that, but given the rise in numbers of cases, once again, I sent out the directive to the department saying, hey, when and where we can scale back on some of our discretionary contacts, other than, big violations or real threats to public safety. Let's just be very mindful and choosy about when and where we make contacts. We will likely be doing more telephone reports, so taking reports over the phone so people are aware of that. And then just traffic, being really mindful of the contacts we make. So kind of a long answer to say, based on our usage, intentionally being lower in numbers, and again, projecting on into at least the foreseeable future, our numbers are lower, largely because of that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. No other hands raised at this time, so go ahead and with your staff recommendations on that.
Okay, so these recommendations 1 through 5, staff recommends that the council declare a substantial need as we manage through the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, suspend rules of procedure 6.3, and adopt items 3 and 4 on this slide related to the property tax levy. For item 5, staff recommends the city council allocate $30,000 of the unassigned general fund balance to complete the housing needs assessment in the upcoming biennium. For item 6, we recommend council approve the 4 resolutions that update the utility and emergency medical and ambulance service rates for fiscal year 2021. And finally, staff recommends council approve resolution 1592, approving the 2021 budget allocation to NORCOM. So if it is helpful to the council, I can keep these slides up or can stop sharing my screen.
Why don't you stop sharing, Matt?
Yeah, stop sharing. And Councilmember Anwar, you have a question?
I do, thank you. So the sequencing of these recommendations is a little bit confusing to me, I think, and I want to ask about at what point a person could make a motion to restore an item to the budget that was excluded in the November 2nd council meeting, because we're not approving the budget tonight, but we did kind of approve some arch budget issues. So I don't know exactly how a person brings an item back, but until I know what the 2021-2022 budget is going to look like, it's going to be hard for me to make a decision about substantial need.
Councilmember Andrew, I think what we'll do is, if other council members have budget proposals that they want to submit, that'll probably be at the end of the list of ordinances and resolutions that were described by Matt. So we can handle everybody's desired amendments after that. Does that make sense?
Well, no, it doesn't, because why would you look at a desired amendments to the budget? And so you're voting on a tax increase before you know what the budget is.
If you'd like to consider alternative budget amendments, you're welcome to do so in a different order. That was my suggestion, to entertain them at the end.
I would prefer to look at them at the beginning for me. Like I said, I don't know how anybody can make a good vote on a tax increase unless they know what the budget's going to look like.
Mr. Mayor, it's your pleasure as the presiding officer of the meeting, and certainly I believe the floor is currently open.
Yeah, I see hands by Councilmember Jacobson and Deputy Mayor Weicker. Are you folks going to speak to the issue at hand or something different? Jacobson.
I concur with Councilmember Andrew. I believe we ought to understand what's in and out before we decide what is appropriate for in the way of taxation, property taxation, since that's the part of our revenue, the general fund.
All right, Deputy Mayor Weicker. Deputy Mayor Weicker, you're on mute.
So I'm going to urge that we go ahead and talk about substantial need now. We're in the middle of a pandemic operating under emergency operations. We've spent months on the budget. We know the line items that we're talking about, and this substantial need is talking about $240,000 a year, and the scope of whatever line items might be brought back or might be dropped in the next discussion or at the end of this one or on December 1st. I think it behooves us to address this emergent situation that we're in and try to optimize our revenue at this time that we have such substantial need. Half of our departments are shut down. We have citizens that are struggling. We just moved money away from regional housing development to our emergency operations fund. I think it's pretty clear we have substantial need here to take this tiny 1% that we're allocated, or at least the 0.6. And again, I would think that we would go with the full 1% and figure out the budget details and line items in the final iteration after all these hours of discussions around it. So I propose we address these issues in the order they're here and move on and then get to the line items at the end.
All right, Councilmember Reynolds, you have the last comment on this issue, and then I guess we need to decide how to proceed. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I fundamentally agree with that. I think that we've seen the city revenues cut by around 15% or so. That's pretty substantial evidence to me that there is evidence of substantial financial need. And I don't see any need to do any further discussions of fine tuning the budget expenditures. That won't change my answer on whether there's a substantial need or not.
Okay, thank you. I think at this point, let's go ahead and proceed with the order that we have here that was listed. But if a council member has a proposed budget proposal that is directly relevant to the issue at hand, what we're trying to do is avoid jumping around too much. And if somebody has a budget proposal that doesn't squarely fit, maybe we'll just wait till the end to entertain those. Okay, if that makes sense. I'm sort of trying to strike a compromise here. So at that point, Matt, why don't you go ahead and proceed? We have, if I looked at your list correctly.
Mr. Mayor, I'll be assisting you at this point.
Okay, thank you.
The first item under staff recommendations is to approve resolution number 1587, declaring a finding of substantial need and setting the 2021 property tax levy limit at 101%.
So is there a motion to that effect?
Second.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Reynolds, seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to approve resolution number 1587. Discussion?
This is Lisa. I At this point, like I said, feel very conflicted. We're being asked to raise taxes on our citizens who are also suffering from the consequences of the pandemic, businesses and residences, residential people who are maybe out of work, maybe suffering with other issues associated with the isolation of the pandemic, an additional 1%, you can call it tiny or you can call it significant. It's a tax increase. It says the city needs more money. I don't know that I have a level of confidence right now that the city needs more money. The one thing that I wanted to speak to is that one of the items that was taken out of the budget on November 2nd was funding for a fire services request for proposals to get information from neighboring fire departments as to whether they could provide a comparable level of service that we're receiving now for potentially less expense.
Councilmember Greenwald, can I suggest that particular issue, which I know is important, it be put at the end, because right now the only focus is on whether or not there is a substantial need finding.
Well, and that's where I'm getting to, Mayor, if you let me finish briefly. The fact that council would decline to spend a small amount of money to explore whether significant savings could be had weighs heavily on my mind in terms of whether I vote for a finding of substantial need. So I would, at this point, there could be further discussion, but I would move to amend the resolution or the motion to approve the resolution to say that with the addition of a budget line item for fire services request for proposals in the amount of $50,000 for fiscal year 2021.
Second.
Well, it's been moved and the amendment to the main motion has been made and has been seconded. So discussion, any further comments, Councilmember Anderall?
So Mr. Mayor, I need to do a quick process check. Deb, do you have the amendment?
I don't have the amendment, but I don't understand how that amendment relative to the resolution.
City Clerk, does the
I can clarify then. Perhaps I didn't have this written out because I wasn't really sure how the process would unfold tonight, given the way the items were ordered. But I would move to allocate $50,000 in 2021 to a fire services request for proposals from the additional revenues that would be collected with the 1% that is being requested in resolution 1587.
I need to do a process check with our city attorney.
City Manager Bond, recall that this is a motion to approve a resolution. So therefore, in order to add the amendment, you'd have to, make a motion to amend the resolution to include what Councilmember Anderall added as a condition of approval.
Bio, can you suggest a motion, please, to assist us at this point?
A motion to amend the resolution, and I'm sorry, I don't have the number of the resolution, but
1587.
A motion to amend resolution 1587 to condition the finding of substantial need on allocating or budgeting $50,000 to the fire RFP.
Fire services RFP.
Fire services RFP for 2022, is that?
No, for $50,000.
$50,000 in 2021.
So yes,
so moved.
So how does that work when we already voted on this last time?
So that's the next process check I wanted to bring up. Your council rules of procedures indicate that at the when a question has been decided, any council member who voted in the majority may move for reconsideration. When the budget proposal on the fire services RFP was previously considered, Councilmember Anderl was not in the majority. However, she has introduced a motion that is different than the prior budget proposal. And I've consulted with City Attorney B.O. Park, and we believe that it is distinct enough that it would be allowable this evening, per your rules of procedure.
Okay.
My understanding, and to add to that, my understanding is that the previous motion that was defeated was for $80,000. This motion is for an amount that's less than that, 30,000 less than that. So it would be in nature a different motion.
Okay. City Clerk, can you read this thing back carefully and slowly so we all understand what the amendment says?
Mr. Mayor, the amendment is to amend resolution 1587, or excuse me, to amend the main motion to amend resolution 1587 to condition the finding of substantial need on budgeting $50,000 to the fire services RFP in 2021.
Okay. All right. Well, a couple of hands are raised. Councilmember Reynolds, well, I think Rosenbaum may have been first.
Yeah, I want to speak on the general issue, I guess, after this, but Councilmember Andrew, where is the 50,000 coming from? I mean, we've been talking about 80,000. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Yes, well, I felt as though we might want to try to do something more fiscally conservative in terms of when we went out for the RFP. I had been hearing feedback from the community that there were ranges that were reasonable, that you could expect to get a good RFP for. Some people said, you know, there are people who will do this work for $35,000 to $40,000. Others said, no, you know, 80 is reasonable. So I skinnied it down, thinking that we could still get a good result.
But we don't actually know, we don't have a real sense, right?
I didn't have a real sense on the 80.
Well, that was a staff recommendation, so I'm assuming, given all the work they do with contractors, there'd be some backing behind that.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, two quick and related things. First, I'd like the city manager to comment on, does she think we can do an RFP for 50,000?
I'm not confident that we can do both the RFP process and cover potential legal costs, although you may recall in my previous presentation, I gave you an estimate. So in the event this amendment passes and this item is added back to the work plan, we would do further scoping as we go forward. So I apologize. The information I had previously has not changed.
Okay. And I guess the comment I would just make is that as I'm following the numbers here, we're talking about a $50,000 proposal for a fire services study in exchange for a $50,000 approximately tax increase. So basically what we would be saying if we pass this is that we're not going to get a tax increase on a net. It's equivalent to only taking the 0.6% and not doing the fire services study. So we've really done nothing to address the substantial need in the rest of the city budget. And that would be most unfortunate.
That's not true at all, because
raise your hand, please. Okay.
This is not true at all, because it's $50,000 on the fire services study, or the fire services RFP is 1 year. The $50,000 on the differential between the 0.6% and the 1% is every year, and it compounds.
That's a fair point, but in terms of the budget impact on 2021, my point.
But if you just want to look short term, what I'm trying to do is look longer term, down the road to the future of the city, and a sustainable budget on a big line item, which is fire services.
And I commend you for your long-term view, and I'm usually the one advocating, or one of the ones advocating for a long-term view, but I feel like we've done enough work on this to recognize that there is no material long-term savings to be found from this. The fire services in other communities, everybody has to pay market wages. That has to be done. So there's not going to be a way we can have material savings unless we can cut the head count, unless we can cut the equipment, unless we can close stations. or we can cut overhead. And yes, possibly we could find ways to cut overhead, but in exchange, we'll be cut local overhead. In exchange, we'll be taking on overhead from whatever service city we contract out to. So there's lots of good top of the envelope reasons to expect there's no material savings. And the analysis that was done in our study already kind of confirmed that.
Well,
this is throwing the toilet in my view.
Member Jacobson.
That's your opinion, Councilmember Reynolds. You're making a bunch of assumptions in that whole thing. I am all for taking a hard look at this thing because it's a major budget item. It compounds over the years. And so I'm supportive of my colleague, Councilmember Andrew's motion. And I think you also misstated some of the things that these studies looked at or didn't look at, more important.
Yep. Councilmember Deese.
So the only thing I would add is, I do appreciate Craig's feedback because he was in the CAG and he did do, I guess, a substantially deep dive into the potential savings and efficiencies and costs citywide for a many number of months. And he was in the majority group opinion that Proposition 1 was necessary to fund the operations of the city. The only thing I would add to that is that most of that recommendation proved to be wrong. We had a city manager that said roads back to gravel and there was no more efficiencies to be had. And that if Prop 1 failed, it was going to be aggressive cutting of city services citywide that it couldn't be made up for in efficiency. And we've seen in City Manager Jesse Bond that that's just not been true, that there have been efficiencies found left and right, even before the pandemic, and especially during the pandemic, in terms of how the city has been reorganized and reconfigured to deliver core services more efficiently. So I do think that the long view, which Craig, you normally take, is an important perspective to look at now as the city repositions itself kind of post-COVID, post the decline, in a recovery phase and a startup phase, to look at how fire services can really thoroughly be vetted out through this instance. So I would support it for that reason.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Reynolds, you have your hand up again?
Yeah, just to respond to Councilmember Deese a little bit. Yes, my hat's off to the city manager for the efficiency she has found. Great work. Thank you for that. I also want to note that we're facing a city that has basically had their Parks and Recreation department shut down. We've had our parks maintenance staff cut in half. Our recreation programs are basically eliminated. We've had cuts in our school counselor programs, which due to a lot of support from the foundation and other creativity, we've gotten mostly back to the school counselors the way they are, but they're still only 32 hours a week. We've had substantial cuts to the city budget and the city expenditures on services that Islanders value. I just can't imagine walking away from an opportunity to at least make some small contribution towards bringing some of those services back that I think Islanders have said they value.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yeah, I'm just going to follow up on Craig's point and say I feel like we resolved this issue last time on principle, and I think we heard from our residents loud and clear that this was not an RFP that they were interested in pursuing, especially at this time during a pandemic when our city is facing significant budget shortfalls. And I'm a little frustrated that we're tying the substantial need of a 1% property tax and tying it to an earmark, Lisa, specifically. I mean, if we're going to earmark it, why not earmark it for any number of the positions and needs that we have and the opening that we want to do for our Parks and Rec and Human Services? So I feel like it's kind of disingenuous to tie a specific line item and earmark that you want, that we already talked about last time, when this is a really big, broader policy discussion around substantial need in a city that's still operating in an emergency operation mode in the middle of a pandemic that's getting worse. We have substantial need. We've been talking about it for months. We've been living it for over 9 months. This is a critical time, and we need to make sure we can sustain our essential services and our ongoing community needs. And haggling and going through this exercise for $50,000 for a pet project or $50,000 for 0.6 over 1%, we need to do what we can to keep the city going and get our services back and meet all the needs that we have. And and tying this to an RFP that we've already decided on principle we don't want, at least the majority did, feels to me like an exercise that's sort of, asking us to be hostage to your particular project. So I'm not supportive of this at all. And I think we can talk about it when we get into the fine tuning of the budget. So I appreciate the long-term view, but right now I feel like combining these two issues is not a legitimate exercise.
Thank you. Council Member Rosenbaum.
Yeah, I'd just like to say on the issue of raising taxes, obviously this is not an easy time for anyone. I think a lot of people have felt the effects of this pandemic, and I'm happy that we were able to allocate additional funding for those emergency funds. Remind my colleagues that we raised taxes $1.5 million in a matter of minutes. And that was earlier this year. That was in the middle of the pandemic. So I'm very sorry, but that argument, is just very tough to take on right now.
Thank you. Councilmember Androl.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to raise taxes when it's for a good reason, and protecting our island from a sound transit onslaught is a good reason. And so I was happy to vote for that. In terms of the linkage here, I'm sorry if Councilmember Weicker doesn't see the linkage, but this is very tied to substantial need. A fire services RFP has been on the table since 2017 as a consideration. The fact that the council originally said, yes, let's look at it, and then walked away from it says to me that the majority of the council does not have a sufficient concern about when and how and where efficiencies can be had and money can be saved. And that weighs very heavily on my ability to say whether there is substantial need. If 4 members of the council don't want to do this, then I don't, which has a potential to result in cost savings, I don't see how you can say there's substantial need when you're walking away from that. And that's where I see the connection, and that's why I am linking these two.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker, Councilmember Rosenbaum, your hands are still up. Some those are old. All right. We do have an amendment. We have a motion amending the main motion that was made in front of us. City Clerk, why don't you just read it one more time? We can decide if we can take a vote on it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The amendment is to amend resolution number 1587 to condition the finding of substantial need on budgeting $50,000 for a services RFP in 2021.
Okay. So you have this amendment before you. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
No.
Councilmember Reynolds?
No.
Councilmember Androl?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Nope.
And Mayor Wong?
No.
The amendment failed 4-3.
Okay. So we're back to the main motion unless there's another amendment wants to make. Okay. I don't see anybody's hand. So the main motion is to approve resolution 1587, declaring the finding of substantial need and setting the 2021 property tax levy limit at 101%. It was moved and seconded, as I recall. Deputy City Clerk, please call the roll.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Nay.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Androl?
Nay.
And Councilmember Neese?
Nay.
Members, the resolution fails. The resolution required a supermajority vote to pass. You only had 4-3. I will note I need just a moment because the next two motions refer to an ordinance citing a 1% increase. So Matt or Lawan, are you, actually I may have the alternative. There it is. We have a substitute ordinance number 2023. Give me just a moment.
These are based on the implicit price deflator.
That's correct, Mayor Wong. And can you all see that document?
Yes.
Okay, so let me. Matt or Luan, if you're available, any comments on the substitute ordinance? Council, if you'd like to review this ordinance, I don't usually like to introduce substitutes ordinance in this manner. I'm happy to email it to all of you. We could take a 5-minute break. It's your pleasure, how you'd like to proceed at this point.
Council? Do you want city manager to go ahead and just email it to you so we have a chance to review it?
I'm fine with it. I mean, I'm fine with going forward, but if other people want more time, that's fine too.
Jesse, can you highlight, or somebody can highlight the changes? In this versus what we have in the packet?
I'm having a little trouble driving right now and participating in the meeting. So I see Luan has joined us. Luan, would you like to comment? And I'll email this to you while we're waiting.
Right, and it would be both ordinances would be affected. So if you want to email, if you have both substitutes, Jesse, we can send both.
And Luan, can you help me out? Can you walk the council through what the substitute ordinance are? Sorry, and I will get them sent out.
Sure, the substitute ordinance is basically, instead of the 1% optional, it's taking the 0.6% optional, did I say that right? The IPD rate, the 0.60%. Optional increase as opposed to the full 1% increase. So it's reducing the amount of the levy by the 50,000 and change.
All right, I apologize, council. I don't have the ordinances on my laptop here, so we may need to take a break if I'm going to get these to you. We weren't very well coordinated on the back end. I do apologize.
Was it not possible to?
I can go back to screen sharing.
And can somebody then highlight what the changes are in language?
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. I'm going to need Matt or Luan to screen share.
Okay.
Mayor, what if we went and approved the utility things? As I recall, there was no comments on them, and those are at the end, but we could be doing that all.
Sure, that's a good idea. Why don't we go ahead and proceed? Matt, can you lead us those? Basically those are, let me make sure I have them.
Here, I'll pick up that. I'll ask Matt and Luan to help me with getting the ordinances out to you by email. So we should move ahead then. The next item outside of approving the property tax levy is motion number 5.
Yes.
Which is allocating $30,000 of unassigned general fund balance to complete the housing needs assessment as part of the 2021-22 budget.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Jacobson to allocate $30,000 of unassigned general fund balance to complete the housing needs assessment as part of the 2021-2022 budget. Any discussion? No hands are raised, so I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll on this matter.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. I don't see the city manager, so we'll move ahead.
I'm here.
Oh, Jesse, you want to continue with item number 6?
Yep. Okay. So item number 6 is we've combined all of your utility rates into one motion. I will read it for the record. Your motion is to approve the following utility rates. Approve resolution number 1588, establishing classifications of water users and a schedule of charges for water usage, a schedule of rates for fire service, a schedule of special service charges, meter and service installation charges, and connection charges effective January 1st, 2021 and thereafter, and approve resolution number 1589, establishing rates and connection charges for sewage disposal services provided by the City of Mercer Island effective January 1st, 2021 and thereafter, and approve resolution number 1590, establishing the bi-monthly service charge for storm and surface water services provided by the City of Mercer Island effective January 1st, 2021 and thereafter, and approve resolution number 1591, establishing the bi-monthly utility fee for the emergency medical and ambulance services supplied by the City of Mercer Island effective January 1st, 2021 and thereafter.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to that effect?
I so move.
Second. So I have a motion by Councilmember Reynolds and a second by Councilmember Jacobson. So I'm not going to ask anybody to repeat the motion, but City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye. You want to do number 7? And I note, I don't know, people are checking their emails, but the email came in with the alternative ordinances. So why don't we go ahead and do number 7, Jessica?
Sure. And this is to approve, muted. This is to approve resolution number 1592, approving Norcom's 2021 budget allocation to the City of Mercer Island.
Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
And moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Deputy Mayor Weicker to approve resolution number 1592. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese?
Aye.
Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum?
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall?
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
And Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Okay, Mayor Wong, I see that you've received substitute ordinance number 2022 and substitute ordinance number 2023. Before you take action on either of those substitute ordinances, I will remind you we need to also have a motion suspending the council rules of procedures. Would you?
Okay, 1 second, I gotta go back. For these 2 particular ordinances. Okay. So I'd like to entertain a motion to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3, requiring second reading for both ordinances number 20.22 and 20.23. Is there a motion to that effect to suspend the second reading?
So moved.
Okay, I saw Councilmember Rosenbaum made the motion. I wasn't sure who made the second. Was that Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion to suspend City Council Rules of Procedure 6.3 relative to ordinance number 20-22 and 20-23. Any discussion?
I have,
yes, go ahead.
I have them, I'm sorry, but are they in red line or what am I supposed to be looking at here? I can't see changes from what was in the agenda packet.
Sure. Well, we can either go through the motions now, or you can, the substitute ordinances now, or you can complete the action suspending your rules of procedure, which is the current motion on the floor.
Oh, sorry. I'm always jumping ahead. I apologize.
Okay, so.
I have no questions about suspending the rules of procedure.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, please call the roll on this issue, on this motion.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Wong, Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
and Councilmember Neese.
Aye.
All right.
Okay, Mr.
Sorry.
Mayor, so what I might recommend now is, I think either Matt or Luan has substitute ordinance number 2022. We can screen share that. It is not presented in strike through because the previous ordinance was not approved, so this is a completely new substitute ordinance. There we go. Thanks, Matt, for your help.
Okay. All right, Matt, go ahead, or Lalonde.
And this is precisely the same ordinance that was before the council with the 1% calculation, the 1% increase. What's different is the numbers are now calculated based on the 0.602% increase.
So is that change showing it just in section 2?
Yes.
Okay.
It would show in section 2 and in the whereas statements.
Which whereas?
Whereas the city intends to collect $970,418 for the 2008 park maintenance. So that is lower. The next one for the fire station levy, that one is lower. And those translate down to the section 2 below, all at the 0.60% optional versus the 1.0%.
Got it, okay. Any questions by council members? I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to. We have Councilmember Reynolds.
Two questions, one a net and one a procedural question. First, the net is the 0.60, is it really 0.6052 or whatever the number was?
It's 0.60.
It's
Okay.
0.60 per the King County Assessor's Office. So when they give us that preliminary levy worksheet, we do have to follow the IPD that they put out, and it is just the 0.60.
Okay, so
they don't extend it out the multiple decimals, right?
Okay. The second question is, and this is a question for the city manager or city attorney, if I wanted to introduce an amendment to bank the 0.4%, would this be the appropriate time and place to do it, or is my window closed for doing that?
I will just jump in and say we would not be able to bank it without the authorization of substantial need to get to the 1%.
That's correct.
Okay. All righty.
Sorry, I need to figure out who nobody else has any questions, at least nobody's hands are raised that I can see. So,
Mayor Wong, I want to slightly just revise this motion to reference that it's as presented. So the motion would be adopting ordinance number 2022 as presented, appropriating funds and establishing the amount of property taxes to be levied for fiscal year 2021.
okay. Do we have a motion to that effect? And I cannot, since it's, we're sharing the screen, maybe we can not share.
So moved.
There's a second. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the second.
Reynolds, second.
Okay, so it's been moved by Deputy Mayor Weicker and seconded by Reynolds to approve the motion regarding ordinance number 20-22 as presented. City Clerk.
Just one moment, please, Mayor. Lots of voting tabulations over here. Okay. Councilmember Rosenbaum?
You're muted, Dave.
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson?
Aye.
Councilmember Andrew?
Nay.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker?
Aye.
Councilmember Neese?
Nay.
And Mayor Wong?
Aye.
Mayor, I need to change my vote. I misspoke. My vote is nay.
Okay. So the motion still passes 4-3, is that correct, City Clerk?
Yes, sir.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
And so,
City
Councilor,
Manager, you want to-
if I could
go
just,
ahead.
little process request here. We are having trouble picking up your audio. You're trailing off and your motions are faint, or your votes are faint. So when we call you, could you make sure you speak into your microphone? We did record it on the last one, but we're losing some of you. So Mayor Wong, the remaining item is our substitute ordinance number 2023. I will again ask Matt or Lawan to come back and screen share for us. And can I ask Matt or Lawan to just point out the changes in this ordinance, please?
Again, sure, it's the whereas statements that refer to both the 2008 park levy and the 2012 fire station levy. The dollar amounts are lower, reflecting the 0.6% versus the 1.0%. And then in section 1, the property tax increase, it refers to the 64,116 increase overall, or 0.46% as compared to the prior year levy. And that is different from the original ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. Manager, did you want to make any particular change in that motion?
Yes, I'll just note it will be as presented. So the motion would be to adopt ordinance number 2023 as presented, establishing the dollar amount and percentage increases of the regular property tax levy and the levy lid lifts for fiscal year 2021.
Before I ask for a motion to that effect, Councilmember Reynolds, your hand is up.
Sorry, I was back looking at the documents. Just a basic question. I apologize. I'm a little confused here. This seems to be addressing the same issue as the prior ordinance. Can you clarify what we're voting on now versus what we were voting on in the prior ordinance?
They are in fact the same thing, but as required by King County and RCWs, we do have to adopt 2 ordinances to set the property tax levy, one that sets the dollar amount and one that sets the percentage increase. So it is exactly the same thing in a different format.
The second question is, and I haven't checked the math here, so bear with me, but I'm seeing 0.46%, and I thought in the other one we were seeing 0.6%, and I know there's some difference related to the re-levy amounts and the new construction effect, but I wouldn't think that would account for a difference from 0.6 to 0.46. So what's explaining that?
So you are correct. It is has to do with where the new construction is included and when it's not. So the 0.46 is the percentage increase when you look at the total before new construction and the re-levy in 2021 versus the total levy in 2020. These numbers are defined by King County. So I know that we've sent previously that levy worksheet. There is a section that shows that percentage increase.
Okay, I'll double check the math later. I'm taking off faith for now. It is a little bit strange, but okay.
It is, for sure.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, so we have a motion that's been seconded. No, I'm sorry, we haven't. We don't have a motion. Will entertain a motion to approve ordinance number 20-23 as presented.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum to approve ordinance number 20-23 as presented. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Nay.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall,
Nay.
and Councilmember Reynolds.
Aye.
4-3 in favor.
Okay, thank you. With the exception of other budget proposals that council members might want to make at this time, we are done. I actually wanted to propose something, so I'm going to, in light of the fact that we did not approve the 1%, I am moving that the fund balance in the self-insurance claim reserve be reduced by $50,000, that such amount be transferred to the general fund.
Second.
And
Sorry.
Mayor Wong, can you repeat your motion one more time? Your audio flicked out there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'll get a little bit closer. The motion is to reduce the fund balance in the self-insurance claim reserve by $50,000 and to transfer that amount to the general fund in 2021. So, Councilmember Reynolds? You're muted again, Craig.
Sorry, that was an old hand, but for what it's worth, I support this idea. I think if we look at the pattern of past claims, they've been under $10,000 a year. There's no need to have I believe it's 110,000 or so that's a reserve in that fund. There's no need to have a reserve that large.
Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, was the motion seconded?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just going to ask. I don't believe we had a second on the motion. Deb, can you?
Councilmember Rosenbaum seconded.
Did we have a second?
Seconded the motion.
Okay, great. Well, then
Repeat the motion.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, City Clerk, what did you say?
Would you like me to repeat the motion?
Deb,
Yes.
Deb, I just want confirmation that we had a second.
You do.
Thank you. That was all.
Okay. Councilmember Anderall.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So what has been, I mean, I know past years, but past years aren't indicative of, COVID. So what have been our liabilities this year? And I would just be interested to hear what other people think about that, because I don't have an opinion on reducing the reserve. I think a lot of times we are over-reserved. So this could be a good idea, but I would just like to hear where we are and where people think we're going to be and what the safety net is if the reserve isn't big enough.
LaJuan, do you happen to have our spending history on this item for this year?
In the self-insurance fund, it's very rare that we use it. It's typically set aside for when we need to meet our insurance deductible. In my tenure at the city, I believe we've probably used it 3 times. I think per the city code, the minimum balance is 40,000. So anything above the 40,000, the council could decide to take out of there.
Well, Juan, even if it's reduced 50,000, the balance in the reserve, the fund balance would still be about 150% of the minimum, as I recall. It'd still be about $60,000.
Correct. It would still be the minimum.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other
questions?
The staff
Yeah,
don't have any
questions.
concerns about the recommended change.
No.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Anderall, your hand is up.
No, take it down.
All right, fair enough. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Aye.
Great, thank you. Folks, we have 2 more items of regular business. How are we doing? Okay? We'll plow on? Okay.
Any chance we could do those in 2 weeks?
Hey, it's only 4 minutes before 10 o'clock, so.
Oh, I know.
I know. Okay, so we're at item number 11 under the regular business is Agenda Bill 5781, adjusting development and construction permit fees. And to lead the discussion will be our interim CPD Director, Jeff Thomas, and also Deputy Director, Allison Van Gorp.
Thank you, Mayor. Allison's going to share her screen here. A couple introductions and introductory remarks before we get to the bulk of the presentation. As the Mayor noted, Allison will be assisting with this presentation, actually probably doing the most important part for the council. And we also have our building official, Don Cole, who's participating in the meeting tonight. He'll be available to answer any questions related to building valuations or building permit fees that the council may have along the way. With that, I did want to note that this action, approving a resolution to set construction and development permit fees for the upcoming year, is an action the council does do annually. We're highlighting it a little bit more this year as there's a couple of changes of significance that we're going to discuss here this evening with the council, and that you'll be able to consider as part of the resolution in your packet. A little bit of background, you know, really since 2016, the last 4 or 5 years, the city has been working on trying to bring better alignment to cost recovery targets and the actual, you know, fees that we're trying to collect for those permitting and related services for development. The city has looked 2 fee studies to estimate cost recovery. One of the challenges we've had with that over the past few years has been that we haven't had that permit by permit specific data to really support those types of outcomes. So that ended up being highlighted here in 2020 when with general fund reductions, we had to make some tough decisions in the department and have reductions in force. To try and, you know, start to come around the curve here a little bit and make some headway, we're going to, we've been exploring, we've made some really good headway on an actual existing piece of technology, our Track It Permit software, exploring an existing function within that Track It software to help us track that time on a permit by permit specific basis and build a quality data set that will really inform us, you know, how we're doing, how much time we do spend on specific permits. We can group those by permit types and, you know, do lots of relevant analysis and draw some solid outcomes from that data that we're collecting. That all ties into one specific change of significance that we're proposing here for 2021, and that's to take our planning permits and move to an hourly charge basis. Allison's going to talk a little bit more about this, but essentially the way it would work is we would work off of a deposit from the customer, and there would be a truing up of the actual time spent on a specific permit to the amount the customer ends up paying, which is really getting to those cost recovery targets, specifically for the land use planning permits that the council is looking for with the targets that were set there not all that long ago, as a matter of fact. You may ask, you know, that seems like a really big change. Is anyone else doing it? And the answer is yes. We have done a quick survey of a number of King County cities, and specifically related to land use permitting. We have found that it's a mix and match type scenario. Some cities use a flat rate for planning permits, more or less like what the city of Mercer Island does now. Some use strictly an hourly basis, which is essentially what we're proposing to go more towards. And some kind of combine them together and do a little bit of a hybrid approach. So, this has been a challenge here for us. There's no doubt over the past few years, and there's been a few different attempts to try and true this up. I think there's been some really good faith efforts made by the city in trying to do this in the information that I've had a chance to go back and take a look at. But we haven't quite hit the bullseye yet. And I kind of having a little bit of experience in process improvement and lean management. Allison, do you want to go to the next slide? We're really working on a little bit of a cycle of continuous improvement with this particular subject matter. Where we go through, we plan something out, a change that we think we're going to make, we actually do it, we measure it, and we try to measure it, and then we adjust as necessary or take action on it. And as you'll see, as Allison moves through the next group of slides here, and then we'll come back to this near the end of the presentation, it really is what we're attempting to do here is mimic that cycle of continuous improvement. So with Allison, I'll turn it over to you to take it away here for the next group of slides.
All right, thanks, Jeff. So this slide is just a summary. I'm going to go through each of these 6 items in more detail in terms of the changes that we are proposing to make here tonight. The first is our typical annual cost of services increase. So this is based on the year-over-year change in the cost of our staffing to provide the services that we provide in CPD. So it's the increase in salaries and wages that we're projecting going into 2021 for the staff that we have currently. And this 2.3% increase has been applied across all of the permit fees, including the fee schedule, the building valuation table, and the building permit calculation table that are included with this agenda bill. We're also proposing going to a single hourly rate. Currently, we have 3 different hourly rates for the different divisions within our department. 2 of them are very close to each other already. The planning review hourly rate and the building and fire rate are just within $1 or 2 of each other. The engineering review rate is a bit higher. So this proposal would bring these into alignment at a single rate that is based off of that planning review fee and increased for the cost of services increase this year. We think this will just simplify things for us internally and for our customers in terms of understanding what the rate is. Many cities in our area already use a single hourly rate. We've seen that's averaging around $150 an hour. So we think this will just make things more transparent and easy for our customers to understand, and it'll simplify things on our end internally as well. Did someone have a question? Maybe not. I heard something.
Allison, we do have a question from Councilmember Reynolds.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, make sure I understand something. The fees during 2020 did not change this year due to staff reductions. Is that correct? They've been fairly constant during the year?
The fees were updated about 1 year ago in 2019, and then those fees have remained constant through 2020.
Okay, so if we're raising the fees now by 2.3% because costs of existing staff are going up around 2.3%, that kind of makes sense, except aren't the fees set at a level that would have, in theory, covered the costs of the larger staff that we had at the beginning of 2020 that is now much smaller? So are we going to be over recovering because of that?
I don't think so, because the fees were set previously based on our staff then, but they're, based on the amount of work we're doing as well. So I think, per project, we need to be recovering hours of staff work that go into that. So what we're hoping to do, I'll get to this in one of the next slides, is start tracking our time. So we'll know, is it recovering what we need or not? we need that project by project data to be able to really see if it's covering our costs. I mean, what we know from this year is that the general fund has been subsidizing some of our permit related activities. We don't think we're hitting the 90 or 95% recovery target. We don't have hard data on that, but that's what it looks like from the information that we do have. And so we believe that this will get us closer to hitting that target for next year with the steps we'll have going into next year.
You will definitely, unless something really bizarre happens, I assume you agree, you will increase your recovery rate because you've got fewer staff now and the same fees, except growing at 2%, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the 2% just covers the increase in wages and for the staff.
Okay.
What I might suggest, Mr. Mayor, is to go ahead and let us finish this presentation. Each slide sort of subsequently builds on the previous one, and then maybe we can come back.
Fine. That's fine.
Come back and take questions.
Yes.
Okay, so final point on this slide is that this 145 rate is representing a fully loaded rate. So it includes salaries, benefits, direct and indirect costs, and overhead. So it's meant to cover the full cost of providing the service for the city. So cost recovery targets, these we're recommending to maintain at 2020 levels. So there's no change. They currently are at 95 for building permits and services and 90% for planning and engineering. Like I was just mentioning, we have not done a fee study since 2018. So we don't have hard information to evaluate, where we're at in terms of this cost recovery, but we believe that we're not achieving those targets based on how the numbers have stacked up this year. Okay, so time tracking. Jeff mentioned this in the beginning of the presentation. We want to move to a system of using our existing permit database, track it to record time on a project by project basis. So our staff will be inputting their time as they read permits, as they inspect buildings, et cetera, so that we can get real detailed data on how much time goes into each and every project. This tracking will be applied to do the hourly billing for planning, as well as for site development permits, which already has an hourly billing method. It'll also allow us to take a look after a few months of doing this in terms of, how much time is it taking to do different permit reviews, to do different activities within our department, and compare that to how much we're recovering with the permit fee, whether the hourly fees we're going to for planning or the flat fees that we have for other services, and the valuation-based building. We can compare the amount of revenue that comes in for a permit to the actual time and cost it took to do that work. Okay, so the way this will work for the planning permits and service fees is, like I said, hourly billing. So we'll ask the customer to make a deposit when they submit their application, and the deposit amounts will be based on the projected average number of hours for that type of permit review. They're going to be similar to the approved fees in 2020. We're just using that as kind of the target for what we think the average will be, since those were set based on the last fee study analysis of the cost for providing land use services. So we think they're reasonably accurate, and then we'll track the hours as the work is conducted. And when the project or the review is completed and the permit is to be issued, there'll be a reconciliation based on the number of hours recorded in the system and the deposit. And if the applicant owes the city money, that will be due at permit issuance. And if there's a refund needed, the city would also issue that at permit issuance. The final item, number 6, is the residential building valuation factors. So building permits are calculated, the fee is calculated based on the value of the work that is to be done. So if someone comes in for a permit for a remodel, our permit counter asks them, what is the value of this project? How much are you expecting to spend on this work? They give us an estimate, and we use this valuation factor to kind of ground truth that estimate. So we look at how many square feet are included in the project, and compare it to this per square foot valuation factor. Sometimes, not all the time, applicants will sort of lowball their valuation estimate that they give to the city in hopes of having lower permit fees. And so we can use this valuation factor. If the estimate they provide is too low in comparison to the valuation factor, we can calculate the building permit fee instead based on the valuation number in this table. So currently and in the past, we've had two valuation factors, average and good. And these refer to the quality of the construction and the finishes in the project. And we've learned over the course of this year that many cities have different factors or higher factors than what we've been using. Many cities in our area, and particularly the cities with higher end construction and more luxury homes, have valuation factors that go up into the $300, $350 range. And so we were looking at adding some classifications to our valuation factor chart. We're proposing eliminating the average and increasing good from 177 to 180, and then adding these three new categories of very good custom, and luxury custom at $230, $280, and $380 per square foot. What this would do would allow us to value construction more accurately with the actual costs that we see out there in the market. It would also allow us to better cover the costs that it takes to do the reviews and the inspections on these more complex projects. What we see with the more custom and luxury types of homes in Mercer Island is that the type of construction is very complex. They're using construction types that are more akin to commercial buildings. They can be large sometimes. They can have, much larger systems in terms of HVAC, heating and cooling, electrical. They can be more complicated in terms of the construction type, in terms of the finishes and the appliances that are used. Oftentimes there's very unique systems going into these buildings that our reviewers are not familiar with. They may be new products to the market that we haven't seen before. And so it does take more time to review these projects. They often require extra and additional inspections over and above what you might see in a more simple project. And so having these higher building valuation factors helps to account for that and helps to cover the added costs that it takes to do reviews and inspections on more complex projects. Another thing that we noted in our comparison with what other cities are doing in this arena is that our building permit fees currently cover 3 plan review cycles and 2 inspection cycles. In many cities, it is less. It is 1 or 2 review cycles and 1 inspection cycle. And so we're already offering a higher level of service. And so this change would just help bring our fees in line with that level of service that we're already providing. Okay, that's all I've got. And I'll turn it back over to Jeff to finish up the last few slides.
Thanks, Allison. So bringing it home here a little bit, or linking it back to the beginning of our presentation, if the council is so inclined to sign up for these changes here, these 2 significant changes that we're proposing in the 2021 permit fee schedule. So again, the first change will be moving to the hourly basis with the planning permits, and then the building valuation factor increases that Allison just described on the last slide. Steps to, as we move on this next cycle of improvement here, that we're trying to true all this up between our cost recovery targets and our permit revenues. Tonight would be the opportunity to adopt the 2021 permit fee schedule. What's been happening even before this evening is we've been working with our permit software, Trackit, to develop and begin beta testing of that function that we've pulled out of the system. And we're really starting to focus right now on refining the staff parameters for using that, so that we have nice consistency across our entire staff for the tracking and the input of time that will go into the system that will ultimately help calculate permit fees. We've been working in that direction with the idea that come January 4th, the first business day in 2021, we'll be ready to implement the 2021 permit fee schedule. What will happen then in 2021 throughout the year is we're going to be implementing, the fee schedule, but focusing on quantitative and qualitative reviews. I envision there's going to be a few elements to that. One is going to be that quality check to make sure that not only are we doing good reviews, but we're also sticking to the scope of what the review needs to be. So doing our minimum necessary review to be able to sign off on it, or require some sort of corrections or additional information. I also envision as part of this is we're going to be doing, Allison and I specifically, along with our department managers, are going to be doing weekly checks to make sure that we're not skewing one way or the other with if we're seeing trends in increases in time inputs for certain reviews or types of permits, or conversely decreases. We want to make sure that we're checking that data as it comes in, and we're keeping an eye on it to make sure that we're being consistent and those staff parameters that we're setting up now are actually working. And then, of course, we're going to be collecting what we hope is going to be good data, and analyzing it for with our land use permits, for example. Are those deposit hours? Are they hitting the mark? Are they too much, too little? What do we need to do in that regard to take a look at how that's coming in? We're definitely going to want to come back in Q2 and Q3 and provide progress reports to City Council to let you know how this is going. And in addition to that, I've started talking with a small handful of our customers out there in the community, and we're also going to be pulling together some customer group meetings in 2021 as well. Not only on this subject, but on other subjects as well related to permitting, level of service, and so forth. And then finally, last bullet here, this time next year, we'll be coming back to you like we do every year with this subject to look at the 2022 permit fee schedule. And the intent here is that what we learn in 2021 will help inform, as necessary, a refined 2022 schedule for the council to consider. So with that, Allison, you want to flip to the next slide here, the final slide, I believe. Again, the action before you this evening is to consider approval of Resolution 1593 to adopt a new development and construction permit fee schedule effective for the beginning of 2021. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back over to you, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Great. Thanks a lot, Jeff. If you guys can stop sharing, that'd be great. Councilmember Reynolds, you have your hand up. I wasn't sure if that's from an old.
No, it's new.
Okay.
Okay. I have about 100 questions, but I'll restrict myself to one with maybe a follow-up. The first one is really a stupid one, and I apologize. I thought I understood this, but I realize now that I don't. We're talking about these valuation factors, which I take it are associated with some sort of a fixed fee. And then on the other hand, we have the hourly factors. So is it that the valuation factors apply to some services and the hourlies to others? How do I reconcile these two?
Yeah, so we're talking about doing the hourly fees for planning. So land use reviews, like if someone is doing a subdivision or needs a shoreline approval, those would be land use reviews. And the valuation-based permits are for building permits. So if someone's actually doing construction.
Okay, so my follow-up to that is just to put a real spin on it. If we had taken something like the JCC Herzl French American School project, that would have been a planning project, correct? Had these rules been in effect then, would they have been subject to the hourly rate, and what sort of fees might a project like that have risen up?
I don't know how many hours were accrued since we were not directly tracking that. So it's hard for me to say how much the fee would have been related to a project like that, but I imagine it likely would have been greater than the $20,000 or so that was charged.
But it would have been something that was subject to an hourly fee, correct?
Correct. For this phase, if they were to actually submit building permit applications, that would be subject to another fee, the building permit fee, which is valuation based.
So that would include things like, obviously the planning commission members are not billed out but the planning director and policy staff or the planning commission meetings talked about that. Would their time be the sort of thing that would be billed on that?
Yes, for a land use approval, it would be.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember,
Go ahead, John.
if I may, Mayor, Councilmember Reynolds, just a quick clarification. I'm assuming you were probably making reference to a conditional use permit for that. That would be a land use permit that would be subject to the hourly in this 2021 permit fee schedule. There'd be an hourly fee deposit, and then yes, staff would work off of that.
Yeah, it had originally been a conditional use permit, but there was a proposal to do a comp plan amendment and a zoning change associated with that involved a lot of staff time and a lot of planning commission time and a lot of council time.
Very good, and those would have fees in this hourly base schedule as well.
Okay.
That's,
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Yes, I'm just curious if you guys have run this proposal by some of our frequent flyer builders to get their input, or is that what 2021 is for?
I believe John Cole has had some informal conversations with folks. He can probably speak to that.
You bet. Don Cole, building official. I spoke with 7 of our most frequent builders who do most of our projects about the different fees, and they were, you kind of got the values from them, spoke with them about the intent, and they realized the size of these more complex projects and the time involved. So they seem to support this. Nobody did not support where we were going of the 7 we spoke with.
Well, at least they're aware of it, so there's a start.
That's correct.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
First of all, Director Thomas, I'd like to commend you for your process improvements. And I think they're terrific, and it lends a bit good, aside from lending financial certainty to what your operations are doing. It's, excuse me, makes a good target for permit applicants to be able to reasonably estimate what it's going to cost them to make the improvement they seek. There are a couple of issues that one of the builders brought up, and I don't really look for an answer, but these are issues that if your department isn't conversant with them, I'd appreciate you looking at them, and I can put some people to each of those issues. One is that because of the changes in technology and equipment and construction processes that go on all the time, your staff may not be completely familiar with it. So there's a certain amount of learning curve that the customer may end up having to pay. And I would guess over the longer term, you'd be able to take a look at the performance on these things and the data you're collecting and decide whether there's, the areas in which you're light in terms of training and that kind of thing. But that's a concern of some of the builders. And so I don't expect an answer from you today. I'm just trying to add to your workload. The second item is, in the past, there have been occasions when members of your department have said, well, we want you to do this, and this is greater than the code requirements. I know about this personally. And I was told flat out, you either do this or you don't get a permit. And I fortunately had the means and the orneriness to say, I'm not buying that. But there are a lot of people who don't. And then they sit around and look at these things and say, gee whiz, I've now got to add $30, $50, $100,000 to my price here for, and I don't understand. I point that out, not to flagellate those who've gone on in the past, but to hope that your department's sensitive to that kind of thing. And that will go a long way, I think, to getting builders or the whole building community easier to deal with. I very much commend your idea of having seminars and acquainting the building community with the best practices they need to do to give you guys a finished product, which I understand is a hell of a problem. So I think this is a terrific thing, and I'm completely supportive of what you're doing.
And Jeff, before you respond, if I could jump in here, I do want to, it's partly Council Members Jacobson's questions and the Council Deputy Mayor Weicker's question prior. Although we have spoken with the builders, Jeff, as you kind of walk us through this. There were concerns expressed, and they did indicate that while they may support the fees, they need to see a level of service improvement. And so I want to, Jeff, on the record, make sure I say that, and you can take that a step further than what I just described.
Well, thanks, Jesse. Level of service is definitely the third leg on the stool. Councilmember Jacobson, I'd like to go back to your first comment that you just made in regards to what you spoke to in that first comment really hits home with what we need to do in that continuous qualitative review part of our work, right, in 2021, is to make sure that if we've got a staff member that needs to go do 5 hours of research to learn about a new construction method, or something else, some sort of, scientific something for a planning permit or something. It's, the job of Allison and I and Dawn, our building official, to be sensitive to our customers and realizing that we've got to be reasonable and that time that's being spent on something that maybe we should know or we haven't been able to take the training on, in 2020, for example, we have to bring ourselves up to speed to be able to interface with the customer in a way that's appropriate and to provide a level of service that is appropriate to them. So absolutely, that gets back to the need for us to be constantly working on this and constantly monitoring to make sure that we're charging appropriately and reasonably. To the second point about level of service, the one thing I've heard in the customers that I've talked to in my short time here at the city is predictability. Our customers, generally speaking, are happy to pay for a level of service that is going to bring them predictability in their work and in our work. So, and we need to do some work on that. I'm not going to mince words with this. We need to focus in 2021 on doing that. And that gets, I think, to your second point, at least in part, that, I referenced the minimum codes in our presentation here this evening. We need to not be creating laundry lists of extra to-dos for folks that are just arbitrarily over and above the minimum of what's required to be able to move forward with a project. So 2 very good points. Thank you.
Well, it's a breath of fresh air. Carry on.
Councilmember Rosenbaum.
Thanks, Allison, Jeff, all your work around this. To the extent, probably can't answer this question now, but as you kind of track these things, I'd be curious to know, if you had a similar permit, in this year versus next year, what is sort of the net change in cost to people that are submitting those permits? I think it would just be an interesting data point to sort of understand and also provide some predictability to people as they put those costs down.
Councilmember, you were breaking up there a little bit at the end, but I think I caught the essence of your question. Attachment A to the resolution that's in your packet is the actual schedule, the fee schedule itself. And I think what you'll see, the first page and a half, maybe almost a page and a half, are those land use permits that Allison and I have talked a lot about here in our presentation this evening. The way that we provided attachment A for the council is we're actually showing the 2020 fee amount. There's 2 columns over on the right-hand side of the page, 2020 and then 2021. So the 2020 amounts are the amounts that were approved by council last year for 2020. And then what you're seeing in the 2021 fee amount would be the deposit at that $145.23 per hour that would be paid up front by the customer at the time of submittal. And then that's the deposit we would work off of and eventually reconcile at the end of processing that permit when it's ready, presumably to be issued, as to whether there's a balance owing from the customer to the city, or there may be a balance owing from the city to the customer, based on the time inputs that went into the work on any particular permit. To your point, we tried to keep, just through years of experience having done this a couple times before in my career, and working with our staff, we try to consider the number of hours deposit for any particular permit, and you'll see the hourly deposit next to the permit name over on the left, the large left-hand column of this this sheet. We tried to, with the reasonability test, keep the 2021 deposit as close when possible to the 2020 flat fee for the land use permits. In cases where we felt there, whether it be again through experience, through feedback, through whatever, there were some cases where we had to look at that and say, we know for sure we're not recovering 90% of our cost on this type of permit. So we need to propose an adjustment, again, a deposit that we feel is more reflective of a 90% cost recovery level than not. So where you see some significant discrepancies between the 2020 and 2021 amounts, that's where that's coming from.
Did any of them go down from this year to next year?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Neese.
So just a question around the hourly rate. So if you're at 145 hours, some portion of this plan reviewer's time is sucked up in overhead, meetings with with their manager, training, right? There's some percentage of that person that is not available to actually do this task, right? Do you have an estimate of what percent is just kind of taken up by non-core activities?
In any given work week, is that your question?
No, in a year. I mean, you have a plan reviewer who works at a desk and their job's to review plans.
Yeah.
What percent of that person is just not reviewing plans?
A good estimate. If we have a planner, for example, that is assigned to do development review as the overall vast majority of their workload versus policy or legislative work, you'll see that that staff member be up in about the 75% range of recoverable cost activity. So those other activities will be staff meetings, trainings, mandatory HR functions or things like that.
Yeah, the reason I asked is so if you took a 2,080 hour a year at 75%, you'd be at 1,560, and then at year 145, you'd be at $250,000 a year of total spend, right? That would be their salary and benefits, computers, software. Has somebody done the math and kind of said that smells about right?
So I think two things built into your question. I think one is getting back to what Allison spoke to in the presentation about the built-in cost of that hourly rate and what's involved in that. Allison, you might want to cycle back and speak to that a little bit more, but I believe it was FCS, was that correct, that did that work for us 2 years ago? FCS consultants actually looked into that and helped the city with building what goes into those hourly rates just in, I think it was 2018 or 2019. So,
but that aside, you know who does your residential building plan review and you know what you pay them. If they spend 3/4 of their time accruing billable hours at 145, does 226,000 feel about right for what it costs with, computer and desk and electricity and salary, benefits, everything else?
Sure, and other internal supporting services too, like city attorney and HR and finance and everything else. Yes, it does feel about right.
Okay.
Great, thank you. I'm going to take a quick turn. Jeff, for those projects that are currently under construction, obviously this is a big change And frankly, I think the change that you guys are proposing to charge by the hour makes a whole lot of sense. But for those projects that are currently under construction, is there any grandfathering, or do we go right to, do they have to change as well on January 1?
Nope. This would be for new applications received as of January.
Okay, so they're still under the old regimen as far as fees and okay, all right.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. We have Councilmember Reynolds.
I just want to make sure I understand the scope of this a little bit. Some of the planning services you would offer would seem to be generic in nature, or arguably shouldn't be associated with a particular development. So to propose a silly example, we just went through our docketing process to suggest changes to code or comprehensive plan. If I had submitted a code amendment or a suggestion that we raise the height limit on homes by 1 foot, which I didn't and I won't, but if I had, that's generic and common to the whole island, presumably you would not have asked the person who submitted something like that to bear the cost of it, would you?
Council member, that's a whole conversation we're going to get into on December 1st with the docket, but there's some nuances in the code to your specific example related to a code amendment suggestion versus an application. We'll talk more about that on the 1st, but if it was submitted per the municipal code, if it was submitted as a code amendment application, there would be a charge for that in the fee schedule. That is correct.
Okay, but a suggestion would not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, an interesting distinction. I look forward to hearing more about that in the 1st. And then just last thing is just a comment that as a one-time Prairie Home Companion fan, I really appreciate the fact that all the housing on all the homes on Mercer Island are above average. So.
Okay, thank you. I have one last question. Oh, Councilmember Andro. Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. So, as a person who is used to billing time or timekeeping, whatever, and I think you've alluded to this as well, but I just want to make sure I understand. In terms of keeping track of a person's time and ensuring the public that they're not being overbilled, what is the exact process you guys will be using to monitor that and to make adjustments?
So one of the things we're going to be doing is, well, again, so a lot of this is going to be compiling I propose, and I talk with staff on a weekly basis, compiling that data together for the week and taking a look to see where to Councilmember Salim's point from a few minutes ago, if we have a staff member that is billing 50 hours of permit review time in a single week, it's a little bit of an egregious example, but we have a clear problem with that. So, because we're not doing, without having approved overtime, we're not doing 50 hours of development review in a week, given our other commitments that we have as staff members to, other functions and programs at the city. So it's going to be data building, it's going to be data review, and it's going to be going back and where necessary, asking the appropriate questions to try and unbuckle kinks that we come across.
And then making appropriate adjustments, I take it?
Absolutely, yep.
Okay, that's to know. I mean, obviously accountability and just making sure that people are tracking their time correctly, I think is very important. Well, great. Thank you for that. And I don't see anybody else's hand up. So if there's anybody who wants to make a motion to.
I have a quick question.
Yes, go ahead, Councilman.
I wanted to ask if, because the nature of what you're doing is to collect a deposit and then true up certain hours, if you did find a discrepancy in an audit that was not unbilled, a credited amount, an unbilled balance, and you ended up refunding it, could you segregate those refunds? Let's say, inappropriately billed things from just overpaid deposits that didn't use up their full amount, so that the council and anybody else could have visibility into what you might find in your auditing. So let's say somebody does bill the 80 hours in a week you say, look, this is just not possible, that you spend 100% of your time doing plan reviews, that customer should only be billed 50. That 30-hour credit would get refunded back to the customer, but financially it would look just like the client that paid for 100 hours and only used 80 and got a 20-hour refund because it was just sitting in a bucket of unused hours. I'm wondering if you do find audit adjustments, might you find a way to kind of parse those out for reporting purposes so that we can see what that amounts to?
Yes, we will be. I mean, we're going to be able to identify that type of refund versus another type of refund, because obviously we're going to be touching and talking about it firsthand, as opposed to just as opposed to just a simple permit where we took a 10-hour deposit, we only spent 8 hours on it, and our permit center just simply processed a 2-hour refund.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Again, no other questions, I take it, and if not, then is there anybody who wants to move to approve resolution number 1593?
I so move.
Okay.
Second.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson to approve resolution number 1593 and seconded by Councilmember Rosenbaum. Any discussion? If not, City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Andral,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
and Deputy Mayor Weicker.
Deputy Mayor, you're on mute. Wendy, you're on mute.
Aye.
Aye, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jeff and Allison, thank you so much for your presentation. So,
Thank you.
And Don as well. So, and I think everybody's excited about the change that's being proposed. So, again, thank you very much. We have, at every meeting, there's always a final item on the agenda. Well, we're actually there now. So this is a final item on the regular business. It's Agenda Bill 5778, Thrift Shop and Recycling Center Remodel Project. And this is, if you have the agenda bill in front of you, this is something that I am bringing up for reconsideration. Again, back in November, I guess it was November 2, November 2. Council did adopt the motion to appropriate $773,045 from the 2019-2020 CIP for option B of the Thrift Shop and Recycling Center Remodel Project, and direct the city manager to add the project to the 2021-2022 CIP for construction. Since that time, I know that there's been a lot of discussions among the 7 of us, and I guess bringing back this idea or motion for reconsideration, and looking forward to having some discussion about whether or not we should reconsider it, or make certain changes to that motion that was passed. So open for discussion.
Mayor Wong, may I just add
Yes.
a quick staff comment here?
Yes.
We heard earlier tonight during public comment, I know we've received emails as well regarding the 3 weeks and that not being a sufficient amount of time for public process. I did assist Mayor Wong in writing this brief agenda bill, and in hindsight, I probably would have chosen slightly different words. City Council, what I was proposing was simply to take the next 3 weeks and solicit ideas for alternative sites. The 3-week timeline I selected was based on upcoming holidays. So my thinking was we open up for about 3 weeks for ideas. We collect those ideas. It gives us time between that's like the second week in December, to then compile everything and bring it back to you the first meeting in January to look at the list of ideas and then provide staff further direction. You might say, well, why not just run it through the end of December? Well, we've got a lot of staff taking time off, so I was hoping to get the ideas open for 3 weeks, solicit ideas, close the process, allow us to do our staff work and prepare that agenda item to come back to you. I'm not proposing that staff will do a lot of work on the ideas submitted. I would be looking to you to provide further direction and resources then to study alternative sites. So that's how I was intending for this, just kind of an incubator, open up the Let's Talk page, generate ideas, close it down prior to the last 2 weeks of December so that we can be prepared for our January meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification and the additional detail. The agenda bill does state, with respect to the 3 weeks, that was to solicit ideas from the community. So that is consistent with what you just said, but I think adding that additional detail as far as what happens afterwards, I think is important for the community to hear.
I suspect that the use of the words public process generated some confusion that can look different for everything. So this was.
Sure. Okay. All right. With that clarification, comments regarding this proposal to have a public process as described by the city manager. Councilmember Anderall.
Yeah, hi, thanks. I think a public process is a great idea. I think that 3 weeks from now gets us only to like December 7th or 8th. And I question whether that's really enough given the intervening holidays, which, let's face it, Thanksgiving just takes that whole week out of play. So I'd like to go longer for solicitation. It takes, this kind of information flows out into the community kind of like water. Sometimes it gushes out fast, but sometimes it kind of trickles out. And I would like for people to feel like they had enough time to be aware of the issue and provide input.
So
other than that, I support it completely.
Okay. So I just want to respond again. All we're looking for is ideas for alternative sites. I would set the deadline for ideas only as December 13th. That would give our staff time to prepare your agenda item for January 5th, because they'd be working on that the week of December 14th. I am scratching out the last 2 weeks of December because I have a lot of staff taking a well-deserved time off, and we may not be available to prepare your agenda bill. That's where I'm coming from. If the council would like us to then explore, further analyze, assess alternative sites, I would like to get that direction from you in January and talk about how we complete that work.
Fair enough. December 13th sounds good.
Thank you for the compromise.
Thank you. Councilmember Jacobson.
Having talked with a number of people about this, including some of those who appeared tonight, I think we would be wise to run the suggestion period through the end of December and then allow a reasonable time in January for assessment. Because I don't think this is going to hurt our schedule, since this doesn't affect the thrift shop itself remodeled directly. And this is clearly an issue that has a lot of importance to people. And I'm one of the guys who's been pushing this project. So I'm reforming myself a little bit, I guess. But I think we should go through the end of December and then give Jessie whatever time she and her staff needs in January, and then come back for the direction thing in the latter part of January or early in February. And I think we owe the community that.
And Councilmember Jacobson, that would work great as long as the expectation is not for me to have it back the first meeting in January. That's what I was frankly concerned about. The other thing,
you can have Christmas.
Thank you. Thank you. We're trying to protect some time here so our staff can take some time out. So I need to be honest, council, I directed the staff, knowing this item was coming back, to suspend work on the project. And the reason is, if we're going to change sites, I don't want to keep designing. That also means suspending work on the thrift shop design, because the two are tied together. To Councilmember Jacobson's point, do we have do we have, if, you know, I was working on a June timeline to try to have us with buildings operational, because that is when I anticipated we might be using the community center again. That's a soft timeline, right? And I agree with Councilmember Jacobson. We do have a little wiggle room here. But I want to be clear, I've told the staff to suspend work on the project.
My judgment is that's appropriate, and I move that we adopt the end of January schedule that suggestions as to alternate sites from the community will be received through December 31, and that the staff will bring back assessment of those when in January or late January, early February at the city manager's discretion.
Can I attempt to redraft of that real quick?
Of course, you can do it anyway.
As you redraft that, we have a question from Councilmember Reynolds, but go ahead and redraft that, Jesse. We'll come back.
Okay, so first of all, direct the city manager to suspend work on the thrift shop and recycling center remodel project, and direct the city manager to conduct a public process to solicit ideas from the community about possible alternative locations to conduct thrift shop donations processing, and to report back in Q1 2021.
That's what I said. Yes.
All right.
People have been finishing my sentences for a long, long time.
Thank you for your patience.
All right. Before, Jake, I go back to you because I think you want to make that motion. Councilmember Reynolds, do you have a question?
No, it was a comment. It can wait if we're only in the question phase.
Okay. Going back to Councilmember Jacobson, are you making that as a motion?
I do. I so move.
I'll second it.
So it's been moved by Councilmember Jacobson and seconded by Councilmember Reynolds, basically to adopt the resolution that was presented by City Manager Vaughn. Any further discussion?
You're probably missing my hand. I'd like to turn.
No, I am. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Neese.
So one thing that I'll just start by saying I'm supportive of this, because I think that what we know with the former recycle center site from a design build perspective is what the footprint, what the site constraints would mean to a potential project. So I think it is an appropriate pause to look around to see if there is a better site out there. The one thing that I would want to see added to the motion is that while the public is solicited in providing their ideas, that if we had the staff capacity to generate our own list of potential sites, I'd like to hear that from staff as well. And they have a pretty good inventory of what we own. They can rule out all the parcels that are too small or too steep or too wet or wherever they are. And if there are parcels that would be appropriate that could come as a staff, an additional staff recommendation, I'd appreciate that, as well as somebody on the staff reaching out to the school district and simply asking, we're trying to do the right thing for the school counselors. We need a site. The site requirements are such and such. Do you have anything that you could put into the mix? That's a really awkward motion, but it's basically just adding a staff component to the recommendation that also would elicit the school district.
Councilmember Neese, I think we could do that without even amending the motion. It was my assumption that the staff would roll up their sleeves and look at existing properties, and I have no problem contacting the school district.
Okay, thank you.
Good suggestions, Councilmember Neese.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds?
I just wanted to start by noting that Councilmember Neese and Jacobson and Anderl and I have disagreed on a lot tonight, but I agree with them absolutely on this one.
Well, I agree with you, Craig.
Oh, okay. You can go either way, whatever you like. Well, if we make a commitment like the path we were on, it would be very hard to ever go back, and parkland is important. So we may end up deciding to do it as a council. I'm not sure I'll ever be on board with it, but I want to make sure every other alternative is considered first.
Okay, it must be the holiday season.
Yes, that's right.
So
Craig, thank you for your comments. They're very gracious. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
all right, thank you. Again, no hands are raised and it's getting late, so I'm going to ask the city clerk to call the roll on this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Neese,
Yes.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Aye.
Mayor Wong,
Aye.
Councilmember Anderall.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
and Councilmember Jacobson.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The motion passes. That brings us to other business and the planning schedule. For that, City Manager Jesse Bond.
City Council, you have your planning schedule in your packet. We are proposing to cancel the December 5th meeting. I do need a motion from you this evening to do so.
It's not all rush.
So moved.
Second.
The December 15th.
Correct.
Yes. I'm sorry, who made the motion? I heard, Deputy Mayor Weicker moved and Councilmember Jacobson moved to cancel the December 15th, 2020 meeting.
Thank you.
Yes.
Roll call.
Mayor, Councilmember Anderall,
Aye.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Aye.
Councilmember Neese,
Aye.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Aye.
Councilmember Rosenbaum,
This is a tough one. Aye.
Deputy Mayor Weicker,
Aye.
and Mayor Wong.
Aye.
Thank you. As a reminder, you'll have one council meeting in December 1st unless a matter arises requiring a special meeting. We are looking at adopting your budget December 1st, your docketing process, and public hearing to extend the small cell facilities extension, the interim ordinance. And we will also be coming back to you that evening recommending for the duration of 2021 that we continue our council meetings at 5:00 p.m. If circumstances change related to the pandemic, you will certainly have the option to change that. One final item, and I really just need a thumbs up on this. I sent an email regarding your planning session. We most often hold a planning session or a council retreat in January. I talked with city council leadership a few weeks ago, and we agreed that considering all of the work we just did on our work plan, it would probably be better to connect end of April, early May, and do a mid-year planning session instead. I've had a variety of opinions on whether we should do a Saturday or an extra night meeting. If everyone agrees to defer it, we'll deal with how that comes to be later. Is there concurrence, just via head nods or thumbs up, to defer planning session? I see most of you except, yes. All right, thank you. That is all I have.
Great, thank you. Are there any upcoming council member absences to report?
I'll be out of state, hopefully, on the 1st of December, but I'll tune in by things, and I'll connect with Deb to figure out how to do it.
Okay, great. Hope you're going to have fun somewhere. Okay, so we now go to council member reports. Council, as a reminder, per the council rules of procedure, council members may report on significant activities since the last meeting, provided, however, council members may not enter into debate or discussion on any item raised in the city council report. So I'm going to go down and ask Deputy Mayor Weicker, do you have any report to make?
I'll just thank Allie and everybody for the diversity and inclusion training. I thought Caprice was really great and gracious in her training that I did just last night. So that's one thing. And then I want to thank the farmers market folks for pulling together the harvest market on Sunday. I think that'll be a nice little break during this lockdown for the next few weeks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Anderall.
I don't have anything this week, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Reynolds.
Just an observation, we had another 150,000 COVID infections today and more deaths than in any day since early August. So please, everybody, keep wearing masks, have a happy Thanksgiving, but safe and small.
Yeah. Good message and reminder. Councilmember Rosenbaum,
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Jacobson,
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Neese.
I don't have anything.
Okay, just a couple of quick things. Because we passed the legislative agenda, we will go ahead and transmit it over to STA. They're compiling the legislative priorities, I'm sorry. And we'll basically be using that to compile or draft their own. I know that Deputy Mayor Weicker is on the SCA board, so she'll be getting all of these in hand fairly soon. So I think that's all I have at this time. And I want to remind the City Council that our next regular meeting will be on Tuesday, December 1. There being no other business to come before the council, the time is now 11:02 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. And again, echoing Councilmember Reynolds, wish everybody have a happy Thanksgiving and please be safe and take care, okay? Again, reminder, City Council, please stay seated until the staff has terminated the broadcast.